Here's a fun fact for you about the F1 2018 racing cars. Did you know that these cars could go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just around 2.5 seconds? That's faster than most people can blink. It's like launching a spaceship, but for really fancy cars on a racetrack. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choice before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey Naga77, welcome back. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI action. Buckle up, because these cars are about to put on a show. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Lamborghini Tuba is piloting a 2018 Haas F18. That's a Formula 1 car from the 2018 season, so it should have some serious speed and agility. On the other side, H2 Hova is behind a 2018 Mercedes-AMG F1W09EQ, which is also a top-tier F1 car from the same year, known for its aerodynamic efficiency and strong performance. Given that both cars are essentially the same era and are built for speed, I'd say it's going to come down to the driver's AI here. However, considering the Haas v F18's reputation for being a bit more aggressive and nimble in tight corners, I might give a slight edge to Lamborghini too. But don't count H2 Hova out. Mercedes cars are known for their balanced performance and reliability. In the end, I think it could be a close race, but my bet is on Lamborghini Tube, taking it by a nose. We'll see if the AI can defy expectations, or if the Mercedes will surprise us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodrome Most with Naga77 on pole, flying in a 2018 Renault RS18. Let's see if they can hold on to that lid, or if the chaos of racing will shake things up. Knaga 77 has shot to the front, leading the race. Calicom Bunny is right behind in second place. Grandalive is holding steady in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Waldo is climbing fast into fourth place. Akanone is also making moves into sixth. Beatswikef is inching closer to the top 10. Belthanathese is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack at 23rd. Waldo is climbing steadily into third place. Wild Kavanona is making some progress up to 8th. La Croissant 1980 is climbing nicely into 5th place. Akanone and its Therapper are locked in a close fight for 6th. Ireyu Serial is making a move, jumping up to 17th. Akanone just sneaked into 6th place, pushing past someone. It's Therapper and Akanone are nose to nose for that spot. D Factor is closing in on Zot's Fired, cutting the gap by a full second. Wild Kavanona is climbing up to 7th place. Dimborghini Tuba is now in 11th. Ashtu Hove has moved into 13th. H2 Hove is climbing up to 12th place. Wolf of Eco and H2 Hove are nose to nose for 12. Tyler and Wolf of Eco are locked in a fierce fight for 13. Zot's Fired is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 17th place. Akanon is having a tough time dropping 12 places to 18. Wild Kavanona is making a small gain, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Belthane Theodist is storming through the field, now in 18th place after overtaking 5 cars. Wild Kavanona is closing in on Lacroix 1980, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Timburghini Tuba and Bacon are locked in a fierce duel for 9th place, neither giving an inch. Wild Kavanona is gaining on La Croissant 1980, closing the distance by just over a second. De Factor is hot on Deluxe Combo's tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Timborghini Tuba climbs to 9th place. H2 Hove advances to 10th. Amy moves into 11th. The race is getting tighter. Waldo and Calicombani are nose to tail for 2nd place. La Croissant 1980 is on the move, climbing up to 4th. H2 Hova and Timborghini Tube are locked in a close fight for 9th. Waldo is now in 2nd place. It's their upper is cutting down the distance to Wild Kavanona by a 2nd. Alive has climbed to 20th position. Akanona is gaining fast on Baycorn and has cut the gap by 17.1 seconds. La Croissant 1980 and Calican Bunny are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Well, look at that! Naga 77 just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, congratulations to Naga 77 for taking the win. That was an impressive race. And look at that, they also snagged the fastest lap. Nice work. As for the car, Naga 77, you now have the chance to claim the 2018 Renault RS18 from F1 2018. Hope you're ready to add that to your virtual garage. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because Interlagos has those tight corners and quick chicanes that really test a car's ability to stay composed and navigate sharply. Speed is important, but if a car can't handle those tricky turns smoothly, it's not going to make up enough time. So, I'd say a balanced performance with a slight edge towards cornering capabilities would be ideal to really shine here. Hey, Rezaldi Adha. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. We're having a blast watching these AI cars race, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that this channel is mostly funded by your support through subscriptions and bits. It helps keep the lights on, the cars racing, and the fun going. Of course, the stream is completely free to watch, so no pressure at all. If you want to get in on the action and have a chance at priority for the special events, subscribing is the way to go. But honestly, your viewership alone is what makes this all worth it. Thanks for hanging out and enjoy the races. Hey Toadette the kitty, so glad you made it back. We've got some crazy AI cars racing right now. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun, and maybe a few surprising crashes. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you return for some high-speed AI action. Sit back and enjoy the chaos on the racetrack. Hey Elias988, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI racing action. Stick around, it's going to be a wild ride. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up. All these cars are backed by real physics simulation, so they handle just like the actual thing would. Choosing the right car could seriously boost their chances of winning, so think carefully about your pick. Let's see which car can conquer the track tonight. Hey there, Elias98. Welcome back to the channel. Glad you could join us again for some epic AI car races. Sit back and enjoy the high-speed chaos. Hey Silver Gaming, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Wow. Makes you wonder if these cars are secretly training for the Olympics, or just trying to impress the AI judges. Picking the right car really can make all the difference. So if you see a winner in the making, maybe go ahead and root for it. Who knows? Maybe your favorite could be the one that surprises us all and takes home the virtual trophy. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choice quick or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we've got Tenka Manon 704, with a classic Alfa Romeo GTA, and Silver P Gaming, with a vintage Ferrari 250L. Both are legendary cars, but the Alfa is known for its handling and agility, especially around tight corners. The Ferrari, on the other hand, is sleek and fast in straight lines, but might struggle a bit on the more technical parts of Interlagos. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards the Alfa because its nimbleness could give it an edge in the twists and turns. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race is underway at Interlagos. And what a throwback to the 1960s we have on the track. Amy starting in the front, driving a 1962 Facel Vega Facel 2. It's like watching a vintage movie unfold on wheels. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead. Unknown Tactics is right behind in second, and Amundsen is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Iliasix is on a tier, overtaking 6 cars to grab the lead. Key Swing Boy is making a move, passing 3 cars to climb to 7. Silver Gaming is also gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 11. Justinero is making a nice climb to 11th place. Kate Swing Boy is inching closer to the top 6. Toadette the Kitty is sneaking into the top 8. Knaga 77 is making a strong move, climbing to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hermit Media is also on the rise, grabbing 16th place with a similar 3-car overtake. Key Swing Boy and Mattisberry are locked in a close fight for 5th place, trading positions. Tenkamaing 704 is on a roll, climbing 3 places to take the 16th spot. Nadisberry is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Toadette the Kitty is also making moves, advancing 1 position to 7th. Amundsen is creeping closer to Toadette the Kitty, chipping away at the gap in their battle for 7th place. Aerospatial is hot on Silver P Gaming's heels, closing the distance with a 1-second gain. Nadisberry is climbing to 3rd place. Toadette the Kitty is making a move to 5th. Justin Nehru is advancing to 8th. Toadette the Kitty just overtook someone to grab the 4th place. Unknown Tactics and Toadette the Kitty are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Heat Swing Boy and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th. Kate Swing Boy advances to 6th place. Justu Nehru climbs to 7th. Aerospatial is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Key Swing Boy and Unknown Tactics are nose to tail for 5th place. Silver Gaming is chopping down the distance to Aerospatial, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Rizali Adha is climbing up to 13th, making moves through the field. Aerospatial is climbing to 8th place. Knaga 77 is making a move to 9th. Rizali Adha is advancing to 12th. Interlagos is tight and technical, so overtakes are tricky. Looks like the faster cars are struggling to find space, and the midfield is packed. Expect some surprises as the track favors skill over raw speed. Madisberry and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Kate Swingboy climbs to fifth. Justinero moves into sixth. The fight is heating up. Special just moved up to 7th place. Unknown Tactics and Iris Special are battling hard for 7th. Silverka Gaming is closing in on Nalga 77, now only 1.5 seconds behind. Medisperi is climbing up to 2nd place. Cat Swingboy is narrowing the gap on Toadette the Kitty by a 2nd and a 3rd. ER Special is making a move to 6th place. Eliazesk is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage street car race under control so far. Knaga 77 and Silver Beak Gaming are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Everlasting Apex just slipped into 14th. Rizaldi Adha just overtook Silver Gaming and is now in 8th place. They are nose-to-tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Amy is driving a 1962 Faisal Vega Faisal 2 and is currently in the last place. Her fastest lap is over 2 minutes and 14 seconds, so it looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Toadette the Kitty just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Looks like Maya and Toadette the Kitty are neck and neck for that spot. Silva Gaming and Justineru are also trading paint for 7. Things are heating up. Galley Swingboy is closing the gap on Maya by a 2nd and a 10th. Silva Gaming has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Justineru and Silver Beak Gaming are nose-to-tail fighting for 7th. Key Swingboy is now in 4th place and closing the gap on Maya Dota. They're battling hard for that position. Hermit Media has moved up to 12th place, making some progress. May Special is now in 5th place. Aminsan is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Toadette the Kitty is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes and 4.710 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but still behind the leaders. Hermit Media is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes 8 seconds. Looks like a steady climb, but they're still chasing the pack. Silver Bay Gaming advances to 5th place. Knalga 77 climbs to 8th. The fight for 7th is heating up between Nalga 77 and Maya Datai. Our Spatial is climbing to 5th place. Knaga 77 is also moving up to 7th. Hermit Media and Unknown Tactis are nose to nose for 11th. Rizadi Adha just overtook someone to take 8th place. Just Too Narrow and I are still locked in a close fight for 9th. Hermit Media is climbing up to 11th. Silvakanine climbs to 5th place. Knalga 7 is closing the gap on Era Special. Now just 1.6 seconds behind. Just Too Narrow advances to 9th place. Tenka Manin 704 is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in the middle of the pack, about 4 seconds behind the leader. Looks like they're holding a steady pace, but need a bit more aggression to move up. Vintage street cars at Interlagos create a mix of handling and power struggles. The track favors skillful driving with tight corners and short straights, so the lighter, more agile cars are pushing ahead. The older cars are holding their own, but the slower lap times show the challenge of balancing vintage charm with modern racing demands. Toadette the Kitty is closing in on Mattisbury quickly, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Keat Swingboy and Toadette the Kitty are locked in a fierce battle for 3rd place. Rizaldi Adha is climbing up the ranks, moving into 7th place. Toadette the Kitty is really closing the gap on Mattisbury now. They're battling hard for 2nd place. Silva Gaming just made a move up 1 spot to 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Hey Emin-san, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you returning for some more high-speed chaos. You're just in time for the AI cars to start their race. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. Toadette the Kitty is now in 2nd place. Silverwood Gaming is gaining on Mattisbury, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 2 spots to 5th. Mattisbury is gaining on Toadette the Kitty, closing the gap by 2 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 3rd place. Rizalia Ada is closing the gap on Mattisbury, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Rizalia Ada and Mattisbury are locked in a close fight for 4th. Rizalia Ada is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Knalga 77 and Kate Swingboy are nose to nose fighting for 7th. Silver Gaming is closing in on Toadette the Kitty, cutting the gap by a 2.1. Knalga 77 and Kate Swingboy are neck and neck for 7th place. Hermit Media and I are locked in a close fight for 10th. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 2nd place. Rizaldia Ada is closing the gap on Toadette the Kitty by 1.6 seconds. Hermit Media is moving up to 10th place. The Shelby GT350 is known for its sharp handling and raw power. Air Especial is currently in 6th place, but their lap times suggest they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Tenka Main 7 Buryist in falling a solid middle ground, while Silver B Keening is trying to catch up from behind. Tenka Main has a chance if they keep it clean, but Silver B Gaming's faster lap suggests they might be closing in. Unknown Tectis is driving in 1962 Faisal Vega Faisal 2. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, sitting well behind the leader and not making much progress. Nalda 77 is driving a 1966 Lamborghini Mora P400 Cithor, a stunning classic known for its sleek design and V12 power. They're currently in 8th place, which is pretty impressive considering the pack. Their fastest lap is 2:2:45.9, so they're holding a decent pace but still chasing the leaders. Rizaldi Adha is climbing to 3rd place. Maldok CFTF is inching closer to Thayung Klojosho, closing the gap by over a second. Silver Gaming is gaining on LESX, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Maldok CFTF is inching closer to Thayung Klojosho, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Reigning in 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300S. Their race looks like a long haul with the slowest lap, so far in a position towards the back. Air Special is driving a 1966 Shelby GT350, known for its sharp handling and aggressive style. They're currently in 7th place, trying to catch up after a slow start. Looks like they're holding steady but need a few more overtakes to move higher. Silver Gaming is sitting comfortably in 2nd, and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's got the pace to challenge LESC if he keeps this up. Silver Gaming is closing in on LESC, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Justin Eru and Naga 77 are nose to nose for 8th place. Rizaldia Ada is driving a vintage Ferrari 250 LM. They're currently in 3rd place, with the fastest lap just under 2 minutes. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite catching the leaders. Silver Gaming is gaining on LESC, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Justin Nehru has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Hermit Media is closing in on Kate Swingboy, reducing the gap by 2 seconds. Justin Nehru is driving a 1963 T VR Griffith 200 Do. They're currently in 8th place, with a best lap of 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Silver Gaming is gaining on LESC, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Knaga 77 is narrowing the distance to Ira Special by 2.5 seconds. Hermit Media is creeping up on Kate Swingboy, reducing the gap by just over 1 second. Silver Gaming is gaining on LESS, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Yang Koyosho is inching closer to Wenty Taps and Bomb AX, reducing the distance by just over a second. Knaga 77 just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Ira Especial and Naga 77 are nose to tail, fighting for that 6th spot. Malux FDF is driving a vintage 1962 Morgan Plus 4, known for its classic British style and lightweight design. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in 11th place, and quite a ways behind the leaders. Toadette the Kitty is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, and is now just a few seconds behind. Justin Eru has climbed to 7th place. Keat Swingboy is closing the gap to Air Special, and is now within striking distance. Silver Gaming is sitting comfortably in 2nd place, and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just waiting for the right moment to make a move or extend his lead. Justin Eru is driving a 1963 TVV R Griffith 200. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, which are slower than most of the field. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Silver Baker Gaming quickly. Kalga 77 just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Hermit Media is closing the gap on Kate Swingboy, shaving off 3.8 seconds. Interlagos is all about tight corners and elevation changes, so it's favoring those with precise handling and quick reflexes. The vintage cars are holding their own, but overtakes are tricky here. Justin Eru and Mattisberry are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Maya is inching closer to Hermit Media, chipping away at the gap. Kenny's Taps and Bombs is catching Wei Fuan fast, closing in by over 2 seconds. Aminsum's driving a vintage Aston Martin DB5 Vantage, which is known for its classic style and elegance. Looks like they are struggling a bit, currently in the middle of the pack, and quite a few seconds behind the leaders. Knalga 77 is gaining on Toadette the Kitty fast, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex just moved up 1 spot to 13. Aminsum's car is a 1964 Aston Martin DB5 Vantage, known for its elegance and power. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in the 18th spot, and quite a way behind the leaders. Our Spatial is climbing to 7th place. Keat Swingboy is making his way to 8th. Hermit Media is sneaking into 9th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Ryan Closho is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL and is currently in the last place. Looks like a tough race for them so far, barely holding on to the back of the pack. Toadette the Kitty is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane. She's currently in 5th place, but is quite a bit slower than the leaders with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 2.879 seconds. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the vintage speedsters at the front. Naga 70's closing in on Toadette the Kitty, the gap shrinking by over a second. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to 11th place. Everlasting Apex is also making moves, now 12th. Knaga 77 is driving a vintage Lamborghini Miura P 400 SV and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes 2.459 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but still chasing the leaders. Silver Gaming is closing in on Elias Sesk, cutting the gap by over a second. Our Special is climbing up to 6th place. Keith Swingboy is also moving up to 7th. Interlagos is keeping the vintage cars close with tight corners and short straights, so expect some overtaking drama as drivers push their limits. Justin Eru is right behind Mattisbury now, closing the gap quickly. Amy is gaining on Amin San, but still has some ground to cover. Silver Gaming is gaining on Eliasesk, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Justin Eru has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Dankli Yusho is closing in on Nayai Tepsim Bongsikse, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Silver Gaming is closing in on Eliasesk, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Amin Sen is climbing 2 spots to take 11th place. Amy is also up 2 spots, now 12. Maya is now in 14th place, climbing 2 spots. Waifuana has moved up 1 spot into 17th. Justin Eru is gaining on Hermit Media, closing the gap to just over a second now. Aminzan and Waifuana nose to tail for the 17th place. No room for mistakes there. Toadette the Kitty is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane and currently sits in 5th place. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front pack. Justin Eru is driving a 1963 TV R Griffith 200 and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Silver Gaming is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard. Looks like he's trying to chase down Elias S, but he's got a long way to go. Gameplay show is driving in 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Vintage street cars are definitely bringing some classic flair, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile models, like the Ferrari 250 LM. The older Mercedes are struggling to keep up with the speedier Italian and British rival. The 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL is known for its iconic gull-wing doors and strong performance. Wendy Tapsumbongsiks is currently in the 20th place, struggling a bit with a lap time over 2 minutes 16 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Justin Eru is gaining ground on Hermit Media, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Amundsen is climbing up one spot, now in the 18th place. Justin Eru is gaining on Hermit Media and is now just a few seconds behind. Wendy Tapsumbongsiks is closing in on Wei Fuan quickly, less than 4 seconds now. Eliasek is leading the race in a 1963 Ferrari 250 LM, which is known for its classic design and racing pedigree. They've been consistently fast, setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control and on a strong pace. Knalga 77 is driving a 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. They're currently in 5th place, and their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders. Rizaldi Adha is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. Let's see if he can close the gap. Knalga 77 is climbing to 4th place. Madisbury is closing the gap on Justin Eru by over a second. Tenkaminen 704 is making a move to 12th place. Knalga 77 and Rizaldi Adha are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. ERS Peshal is creeping closer to Toadette the kitty, chipping away at the gap. Maya is gaining on Amy quickly, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Knalga 77 is driving a 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. Their race seems a bit off pace with the slowest lap so far at 2 minutes 2.459 seconds, and they're currently in 4th place. Silver Gaming is right behind Eliasek now, just a car length away. ERS Spatial is catching Toadette the kitty quickly, less than 2 seconds behind. Unknown Tactics is closing in on me, only a car length separating us. Tankaminen 704 is racing a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They started in the 13th position and are currently in the 12th. Their fastest lap is 2:12.1531. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're just cruising along, maybe saving some for later. Silver Gaming is closing in on Ilias-esque, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hermit Media is making a move up the field, climbing one spot to take 7th place. Silver Gaming is closing in on Ilias-esque, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Justin Eru is climbing up one spot to take 8th place. Rizaldi Adha is really closing in on Silver Gaming. Looks like the gap is shrinking fast. Metasperry just moved up one spot to 9th place. Toadette the Kitty is driving a vintage 1966 Ford Fairlane. They're currently in 6th place, but their lap time of 2 minutes and 2 seconds suggests they're holding steady, not exactly setting the pace but staying in the mix. Kate Swingboy is racing a 1963 TV R. Griffith 200. They're currently in 8th place, with a decent lap time of 2:4.633. But they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady run so far. Aspecial is now in 5th place. Justin Eru is gaining on Hermit Media, closing the gap by over a second. Amundsen is hot on Kate Swingboy's tail, closing in by 1:44 seconds. Justin Eru is gaining fast on Hermit Media, closing the gap to just a few seconds now. ERS Spacia is inching closer to Nalga 77, but still has some work to do. Aspecial is closing in on Naga 77, now just a second behind. Justin Eru has overtaken someone to take 7th place. Medisbury is also climbing up, now in 8th. Justin Eru is gaining on Toadette the Kitty, closing the gap to just over a second. Amundsen is inching closer to Kate Swingboy, less than a second now. Silver Gaming is right behind Ilias-esque now, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Knalga 77 is catching Rizaldia Adha, narrowing it down by 1.4 seconds. Our special is gaining on Nalga 77, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is catching Silver Gaming quickly, just a few seconds behind now. Kate Swingboy is closing in on Medisbury, inching closer with every lap. Amundsen is gaining on Hermit Media, the gap shrinking steadily. Amundsen's car is a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. They are currently in the 17th place, and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Hey there, Tankaman 704. Glad you could join us again. We've got some thrilling AI car races happening. so buckle up and enjoy the show. Toadette, the kitty, is gaining on Era Special, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is creeping up on Amy, closing the distance by just over a second. Rennie Tapsambong6 is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in 20th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Maya is currently in 14th place with a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z06. She's about 2 seconds behind the leader and has been steadily improving her lap times. Looks like she's trying to catch up but still has some work to do. Justin Nehru is driving a 1963 TVA Griffith 200 and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 3 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Silver Gaming is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250 LM and is currently in 2nd place. They started 14th and are making a solid move up the field. Looks like they're pushing hard for that top spot. Silver Gaming is driving a vintage Ferrari 250 LM, starting 14th. They've moved up to 2nd place and are running the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're on a charge. Hermit Media is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Tenkamenin 704 is quite a way behind in 13th, while Silver B Gaming is leading comfortably. Looks like the race is pretty much over for the challenger unless something dramatic happens. Silver Gaming is now in 1st place. Rizaldia Ada is gaining on Eliasesc, closing the gap by over a second. Our special is hot on Naga 77's tail, closing nearly 2.5 seconds. Vintage street cars at Interlagos are creating a mix of classic charm and unpredictable handling. The tight corners and elevation changes seem to favor the more nimble models, but the power differences are shaking up the order. Rizaldiad is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250 LM. They're currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay up front. Knaga 77 is driving a 1966 Lamborghini Miura P 400 Estefi. They're currently in 5th place, but are quite a bit behind the leader, and struggling with the slowest lap of 2 minutes and 1 second. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Eliezesk and Silver Begging are nose to nose for the lead. Waifuane just sneaked up 1 spot to 17th. Silver Gaming is leading the race in a 1963 Ferrari 250 LM, which is a classic sports car known for its speed and elegance. They've set the fastest lap so far, so it looks like they're enjoying a strong run. A Spatial just snuck into 4th place. Looks like they're on a roll. Aminsan and Weifuan are nose to nose for 17. Someone's about to get a surprise. Ilyasesk is now in 1st place. Rizaldia Adha is gaining on Silver Bay Gaming, closing the gap by just over a second. Justin Nehru is hot on Naga 77's tail, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Silver Gaming and Ilyasesk are nose to nose at the front. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Silver Gaming is now in 1st place. Rizaldia Adha is gaining on Ilyasesk, cutting the gap by over a second. Justin Nehru is hot on Naga 77's tail, closing in by more than 2 seconds. Waifuana just overtook someone and is now in 17th place. Aminzan and Weifuan are nose to tail, fighting for that same spot. Aminzan just sneaked past Weifuan to take the 17th place. They're still nose to nose for that spot. Hemit Media is gaining on Metasbury, closing the gap by a second. 2. Maya is catching up to Amy, closing the distance by a second. 1. Wendy's Tabsum Bomsix is inching closer to Weifuan, closing the gap by a second. 2 up. Knaga 77 is gaining on Era Special, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Hemit Media is inching closer to Mattisbury, not giving up the chase. Justin Nehru is gaining ground on Naga 77, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 12. The 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. That Wendy's Tabsambonk X is driving is known for its iconic gull-wing doors and classic design. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, currently in 20th place and a few seconds behind the leaders. Hemit Media is climbing up to 8th place. Unknown Tactics is now in 13th. Everlasting Apex has moved into 14th. Rizaldi Adha is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 3 places behind the leader. Let's see if he can close the gap. Aspecial is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just over a second. Knalga 77 is right behind her Special, and the gap is shrinking fast. Knalga 77 is gaining on Ira Special, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Keith Swingboy is right behind Mattisbury, not letting up. Weifuana is closing in on Amy quickly. Less than 3 seconds now. Knaga 77 is gaining on Ear Special, closing the gap to just a hair's breadth. Toadette the Kitty is inching closer to just to Neru, but still a bit behind. Amundsen is on the move, slicing through the air to catch Queen Boy. Deonkli Josho is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. They're currently in the 20th place, trailing behind the pack. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Keat Swing Boy is gaining on Mattisbury, closing the gap to just a second. Unknown Tactics is hot on my tail, cutting the distance by 4 seconds. Amundsen is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, a classic icon Dodge. They're currently in the 6th place, but are quite a ways behind the leader. Looks like a solid vintage choice, but not quite enough to catch the front runners today. Maya is currently in 8th place with a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z06. The fastest lap is 29.228. Looks like a steady climb, but still a ways to go to catch the leaders. Knaga 77 is right behind Ear Special now, just a blink away. Keat Swing Boy is catching Mattisbury steadily. Tank Kamen in 704 is closing in on Everlasting Apex, not giving up yet. Tank Kamen in 74 is a bit behind in 13th place, while Silver Beaky Gaming is leading comfortably. Tankaman in 704 needs some serious magic to catch up, but right now Silver P Gaming looks like they have this race in the bag. Tankaman 704 is gaining on Everlasting Apex, and is now just a second behind. Deonkli Josho is also closing in on Weki Stabs among AX, closing the gap to less than a second. Keat Swing Boy is racing a vintage 1963 TVR Griffith 200. He's currently in 8th place and has a fastest lap of 4.233. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Maya is currently in the 12th position with the 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z. Fastest lap is 9.228. Looks like a solid start, but plenty of room to catch up. Vintage street cars at Interlagos are making for some unpredictable battles. Classic cars are holding tight, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the older model's charm. Overtakes are happening in the twisty sections, not straight lines. Rizaldi Adha is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still 3 places behind the leader. He might need a little more than just speed to catch up. Vintage street cars at Interlagos create a mix of classic charm and unpredictable handling. The tight corners and short straights favor skill over raw speed, so the drivers with better control are climbing up. The older cars seem to be holding their own, but the race is still wide open. Justin Eru is closing in on Nalga 77 fast. Only 1.6 seconds behind now. Pete Swingboy has climbed one spot to 9th place. Laifuana is in 9th place with a vintage Jaguar E-Type Series 1. Her fastest lap is 2:15.439, so she's not exactly setting the world on fire but holding her position. The tight corners at Interlagos are really shaking up the order with overtakes happening left and right. The vintage cars are showing some serious skill on these curves. Amundsen is closing in on Mattisberry fast, the gap shrinking by over 5 seconds. Rizaldia Ada is making a move on Silver Beak Gaming, closing in by a little over 2 seconds. Ear Especial is creeping up on Eliasesc, reducing the distance by just over 1 second. Unknown Tactics is driving a 1962 Faisal Vega, Faisal 2. They're currently in 13th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, sitting quite a bit behind the leader. Toadette the Kitty is gaining on Justin Nero, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Maldox 50F is inching closer to Thilian Kajusho, but still a bit behind. Knalga 77 is currently in 5th place driving a vintage Lamborghini Miura P400 ST. Their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes 2 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Toadette the Kitty is gaining on Justin Eru, closing the gap to just over a second. Deon Koyusho is really closing in on Ekti Tapsambonks, cutting the distance by almost 3 seconds. Nalga 77 is driving a Lamborghini Miura P400 SV from 1966. They're currently in 5th place, but their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes 2 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the world on fire. Interlagos is keeping the vintage cars on their toes with tight corners and short straights. The top drivers are battling hard, but overtakes are tricky here. Expect some surprises as the race heats up. Key Swingboy is gaining on Hermit Media, closing the gap to just over a second. Maya is catching up to Amin Sun, closing the distance to less than 2 seconds. Eliasesc is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250 LM, which is known for its classic design and racing pedigree. They are currently in 3rd place, staying competitive but a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but might need a little extra push to catch the top 2. Our special is gaining on Eliasesc, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Knalga 77 is inching closer to our special, not letting up. Toadette the kitty is catching up to Justin Eru. Looks like a battle for the middle is heating up. The vintage street cars are definitely showing their charm here, with the top spots mostly dominated by classic Ferraris and Faisal Vegas. The track's tight corners seem to favor the nimble and stylish classics over the bulkier models. Rezaldi Adha just overtook Silvak Gaming to take the lead. Keatswing Boy is closing the gap on Hermit Media, now just 1.4 seconds behind. The battle for the top is heating up. Knalga 77 is gaining on Iris Special, closing the gap to just under a second. Justin Eru is right behind Knalga 77, cutting the distance by over a second. Amin San is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in the middle of the pack, and a good chunk behind the leaders. Rezaldi Adha is holding a solid lead, and just set the fastest lap, so he's looking pretty comfortable to take this one, unless something crazy happens. Knalga 77 is gaining on Iris Special, closing the gap to just over a second. Hamid Media is catching Toadette the kitty fast, now less than a second behind. Rezaldia Adha is leading in a vintage Ferrari 250 LM from 1963. The car is known for its sleek design and racing pedigree. Looks like they're holding a steady lead with the fastest lap so far. Gan Koyosho is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Hamid Media is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 2:3:36.3, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a solid mid-pack effort. Eliazesk is driving a vintage Ferrari 250 LM. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 3rd fastest lap time. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing for the lead. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in 15th place, about 6 seconds behind the leader. Looks like they're trying to catch up, but still have some work to do. Knalga 77 is racing a vintage Lamborghini Miura P400 SB. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 59 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders. Maddox FTF is driving a vintage 1962 Morgan Plus 4. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Rizaldi Adha is leading in a vintage Ferrari 250 LM from 1963. The car is known for its sleek design and racing pedigree. Looks like they're holding a solid lead and setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Matt Asperry is driving a 1967 Plymouth GTX. They're currently in the 11th place, and their fastest lap is over 2 minutes 5 seconds, so not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady but slow race for them. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in 15th place, trailing behind the leaders by a good margin. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Maya is currently in 12th place, driving a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z06. The car's fastest lap is 2:09.228. Looks like a solid effort, but plenty of room to catch up. Diane Clouseau is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last place, and over 4 seconds behind the car ahead. Eliasek is driving a vintage Ferrari 250 LM. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 3rd fastest lap time. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Keats Wingboy is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time so far, over 2 seconds behind the leader. Amin San is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, a classic beauty known for its iconic gull-wing doors. Their race seems a bit rough, sitting in the middle of the pack and a good chunk behind the leaders. Justin Eru is right behind Knalga 77 now. Winnie Tapsamongsex is gaining on Amundsen too. Looks like the race is heating up. Silva Gaming is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Knalga 77 is closing in on Era Special, now less than 4 seconds behind. Rizaldi Adha is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Dare Nasi looks like he's got this race in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader. Our is gaining on Eliasek, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Knalga 77 is catching up to our special, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Knalga 77 is driving a Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 1.663 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Maldox VCF is racing a vintage Morgan Plus 4, known for its classic British style and lightweight agility. Looks like they're struggling a bit with pace, currently in the last place and over 20 seconds behind the leader. Congratulations to Rizaldi Adha for winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow! Rizaldi Adha really is on fire today. They not only took the race but also set the fastest lap and did the most overtakes. That's a triple crown for you. A true master behind the wheel. Or should I say, the big congratulations to Rizaldi Adha for making racing history. And for claiming their well-earned car. Rizaldi Adha now has their eye on the vintage 1963 Ferrari 250 LM. A classic that screams style and speed. Silverp Gaming also snagged the victory in the bet race, so they too get the chance to claim that beautiful vintage Ferrari. Talk about a prize worth racing for. All in all, an incredible day of racing. Who's next to challenge for a vintage ride? Alright everyone, the clock's about to run out, so if you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time. Don't make me choose for you, because I might just pick the slowest one on the track. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow! Choosing between a Williams FW31 and a McLaren MP424 at Sochi Autodrome. That's like picking your favorite star in a sky full of twinkling options. Both cars are from 2009, so they're old but still have some tricks up their sleeves. I'd probably lean towards the McLaren just because it's known for a bit more aggressive handling, and maybe a slight edge in aerodynamics. But hey, the Williams isn't a slouch either. At the end of the day, I think the McLaren might edge out just ahead. But don't be surprised if the Williams surprises us all with some vintage charm. Let's see who gets to the finish line first. Alright folks, the race is kicked off at Sochi and right on pole. We have Captain Trippy in a classic 2009 Williams FW31. Let's see if the old school charm can hold the lead. Captain Trippy has taken an early lead with Sassiter right behind in second place. Merchicken Live is holding on to third but expects some early battles to shake things up. Sasatura just took the lead, moving up to first place. Mahokaos is climbing fast, now in fourth after a two-spot jump. Donuts on 3 and Scorched Log are nose-to-nose for fifth. Looks like a battle to the finish. Scorched Log and Mahokaos are nose to tail for fourth place. Dr. Keeps Sapaway just gained one spot, now in sixth. Buckyboard is making a move, climbing one spot to 14th. Swell placed AOB and Buckybird are neck and neck for 14th place. Yama Priest and Famaka are locked in a close fight for 20th. Mahokao is climbing to third place. Scorched Log is now in fourth. Dongnut Zone 3 has moved up to sixth. Looks like everyone's making a move. The F1 2009 cars at Sochi seem pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners might favor drivers with better control. The top positions are all within a few spots, so it's more about driver skill than car class here. Nonstop Zone 3 just sneaked into fifth place. Dr. Keeps Appaway Merchicken are nose-to-nose for sixth. JC Productions and Random 69 are locked in a fierce fight for eighth. Mahokaos and Captain Trippy are nose-to-nose for second place. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to ninth. Gabby the Minimac is making a move to 15th. The F1 2009 cars at Sochi seem pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners might be favoring drivers with better control and finesse, rather than outright speed. Mahokaos just sneaked into second place. Donggutsom 3 and Scorched Log are nose to tail for fourth. Buckyboard and D-Fizzards are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Buckyboard advances to 13th place. Gabbit the Minimac climbs to 14. Amy pushes up to 17. Donuts on their 3 and Scorched Log are nose to tail for 4th place. Rundum 69 and Dr. Keepsap away are swapping positions in their close fight for 7th. King Groot and JC Productions are locked in a tight duel for 10th. Donuts on 3 just sneaked into 4th place. Rundum 69 is climbing fast, now in 6th. Dr. Keepsap away and Mercha Can Live are nose to nose for 7th. Captain Trippy is leading the race in a Williams FW31. They started in the first position and are holding on to it, but their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like they're just trying to hold steady for now. Dongdartsanther 3 is climbing to 3rd place. Rundum 69 is closing the gap on Scorched Log. Mighty Chunk is making a move up to 7th. Wow, Sasatura really pulled off a surprise win. Guess they're the new speed king on the block. Wow, Sasatura really took the checkered flag. Congratulations. That's quite the impressive win. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Well done, Sasatura. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Detroit Street Circuit looks like a twisty close quarters kind of course, so being able to navigate tight corners quickly and precisely would be the key to outperform the others. Sure, raw speed is great, but if your car can't stay composed in those sharp turns, you'll be stuck in traffic or worse, off the track. A balanced combination of grip, steering response, and maybe a dash of acceleration out of corners is what will make the difference here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now or forever wonder what could have been in the race of the century. Get those choices in before the timer runs out. Alright, with Maya's impressive track record of 170 wins out of 2,604 races, it seems like they know what they're doing even if they haven't been winning every time. Being ranked 9th indicates they're consistent enough to stay within the top 10. Jill and Wolf might be a wild card, but without much info, I'd probably lean towards Maya just because of the proven experience and steady performance. Plus, racing a classic like the 1966 Ford GT40 MKI on Detroit Street Circuit sounds like a good match for someone with Maya's background. Let's see if the underdogs surprise us, or if Maya keeps their streak alive. right, everyone. The race is underway at Detroit Street Circuit. Leading the pack is Nulavi in a sleek 1965 Lotus 40, starting off strong from pole position. Let's see if it can keep up this pace. Nulavi has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding steady in second place, not giving up that spot easily. Shikamaru is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the top two. Maya is holding steady in fifth place. Shikamaru and Nulavi are still neck and neck for second. Everlasting Apex is making a move, climbing into fourth. Shikamaru and Nulavi are nose to nose for second place. Atelier Torias is sneaking up to fourth, just a spot behind Everlasting Apex. The fight for the top four is heating up. Everlasting Apex just overtook Shikamaru for third place. They're nose to tail now. Everlasting Apex is now in third place, climbing one spot. Its Aper has moved up to 10th position, also gaining one spot. The Prototype's 1960 cars are dominating with the top spots, probably thanks to their speed and agility on this tight street circuit. Vintage Ultralights are trailing behind, likely struggling with the track's demands. Joan Wolf is driving a 1966 Ford GT 40 Monkey I.O. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady without any overtakes so far. Looks like they're just cruising behind the leader. Atelier Torias is climbing fast into third place. Singoshi is sneaking up to 13th. Marakoblech is driving a 1967 Nissan R38002. Looks like he's holding steady in the 11th spot, not making any big moves yet. Maya is now in 6th place, closing the gap. Vanona 1857 is narrowing in on DJ Lone Wolf, less than a second apart. Blanky Frankie has climbed to 14th, making moves. Nulavi is leading the race in a 1965 Lotus 40, a classic lightweight prototype known for agility. They seem to be holding the top spot comfortably so far. Blanky Frankie is driving a Porsche 909 Bergspider from 1968. They're currently in the 14th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Adenat 44 is racing a 1966 Porsche 906, a classic lightweight sports car. They're currently in the middle of the pack, sitting in the 13th place. Looks like a steady race for now, no dramatic moves yet. Nulavi is holding the lead at the front. Atelier Torias is closing in on the top spot. Amy is battling to regain ground after dropping back 10 places. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Majeko Bleich is climbing up to 11th. Singoshi is right behind him in 12th. Amy is dropping back to 17th. Singoshi is now in the 11th place and closing in on Majeko Bleich. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Julian Wolf is in 8th place driving a 1966 4G T40 Emaki Aidai. Their lap times are a bit slower, but they're hanging in there. Singoshi is driving a 1972 Lola T290, a vintage ultralight. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be struggling a bit, with a lap time over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Shekomaru is now in 3rd place. Maya has moved into 4th. Buckyboard is in 5th after climbing 1 spot. Everlasting Apex is really having a rough time dropping to 16. Buckyboard is creeping closer to me, shrinking the gap by 3.5 seconds. It's their pair just moved up 1 spot to 8th, not bad at all. Well, look at that. Nulavi just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now? Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Nulavi. They really must have had the fastest wheels today. As for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you won the bet race and get to take home a 1966 Ford G T40 MKI. Nice choice. I hope you're ready to add a classic to your collection. A fun fact about the Indy cars from 1995 is that they had some seriously bold designs with crazy aerodynamics. It was like watching a bunch of futuristic spaceships trying to race on 4 wheels. The engines were also pretty wild, pumping out around 700 horsepower, which made them super fast for their time. Plus, that year marked the beginning of some serious rivalries that kept fans on the edge of their seats. It was definitely a pretty electrifying era for IndyCar racing. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is almost like a game of chance. Since neither of them has a track record or any standout stats, I'd say it's a toss-up. But hey, in a head-to-head where we don't even know their driving styles, I might just go with the one who looks more confident on the start grid. Or maybe the one who looks like they have a secret trick up their sleeve. So let's see who can outdrive the unknown today. Alright everyone. The race at Auto Club Speedway is underway, and leading the pack is Catgirl TM in her vintage 1995. Reynard 95, oh wow. She's starting strong from pole, so let's see if she can keep that momentum going. Catgirl TM has taken the lead right out of the gate. Orange Funk is holding strong in second place. Alex Has No Brain is currently in third, trying to keep up. Orange Funk just took the lead and is now in first place. Catgirl TM and Orange Funk are battling closely for the top spot. Okinabaka has moved up to fifth place. Maya is charging through the field, now in 26th place after overtaking 3 cars. Grampy Earth is dropping back, now 7 places behind, sitting in 29th. Catgirl TM is holding strong at the front, climbing 1 spot to lead the race. Orange Funk just took the lead from Orange Funk and is now in first place. Catgirl TM and Orange Funk are nose to nose for the top spot. Okinabaka has climbed to third place, closing the gap. Okinabaka just overtook someone to take second place. Catgirl TM and Okinabaka are nose to tail for second. Oh. Alex Has No Brain and Catgirl TM are fighting hard for third. Catgirl TM and Okinabaka are nose to tail for second place. Amy and Alex Has No Brain are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Joey Vaughn just gained 1 spot, now in 7th. Joey Vaughn and Zap Brandigan are battling hard for 6th. Okinabaka has just taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to sit in first place. Orange Funk and Okinabaka are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Amy has advanced 1 position to 4th place. Amy and Catgirl TM are locked in a close duel for 3rd place. Rain Kaori is really having a tough time dropping 9 places to 30. Amy is climbing nicely, up 2 spots to 2nd. Alex Has No Brain and Catgirl TM are nose to nose fighting for 4th place. Global Save is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb to 13th place. Catgirl TM is advancing 1 spot to secure 3rd place. Catgirl TM and Amy are nose to nose, fighting hard for 2nd. Orange Funk is climbing fast into 2nd place. Amy and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for 3rd. Zap Brandigan is gaining 1 spot to sit in 5th. Zap Brandigan and Amy are locked in a close fight for 4th. Maya is holding steady in the middle pack. Zap Brandigan is now leading with a comfortable gap. Amy is close behind in 2nd. Jaster Tegamran 1000 is making a move, climbing into the top 10. Maricus is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Imogen Tempest is also making moves, gaining 6 spots. Kulukachu is sneaking up, overtaking 3 cars. The race is heating up nicely. Wow! Amy just took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Amy really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations! I guess all that practice with the AI paid off. Looks like Amy is on a roll today. Sure thing. Fun fact about the Estonia 25 Cup racing car class is that it's known for its surprisingly nimble performance, despite being built with a focus on affordability. These cars might look simple, but they often pack a punch on the track, proving that you don't need a giant budget to have a good time racing. It is pretty impressive how these little machines can hold their own against more high-end competitors. Given that we don't have much info on either driver, it's a real toss-up. Since they're both behind the wheel of the same vintage car in a fun Lego setting, I'd say it's all about who's feeling the most confident today. But if I had to pick, I'd lean slightly toward the one who's been more consistent in previous races, even if that's just a hunch. It's going to be interesting to see who can handle the Lego speed demons better. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the LEGO Speed Champions track, and leading the pack is Detoxins in the Estonia 25 from 1989. He's sitting on pole. So let's see if he can keep that lead or if the others have a surprise up their sleeve. Detoxins has shot off the line to take the lead. Rundum 69 is right behind, trying to keep up. Bjorn Art is in third, but not far off the pace. Looks like a close battle forming early. Dairoke Official is climbing to 9th place. Shoot to M Up is advancing to 11. Trash Crashton is making a move to 12. Trash Crashton is in 14th place, so they're hanging in the back. Their car is the same Estonia 25 model as everyone else, so no surprises there. Looks like a slow start or some trouble keeping up. Shoot to M Up is in the 13th place, driving the Estonia 25 Cup car. Their race seems steady, but not quite at the front, maybe saving some for a late push. Amy, is in 15th place with the same car as everyone else. In 1989, Estonia 25. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. But hey, there's still plenty of race left. Stanket advances to 4th place. Nox Exodus also moves up 1 spot to 6th. Maya and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 6th. Maya has climbed to 6th place now. Lin Lilac and Maya are nose to nose for 5th. Derek Official is sneaking into 8th. Maldox ECF is in 8th place, while Figure 8 Sport is in 12th. Looks like Maldox FCF has the edge for now, but the race isn't over yet. Maldox FCF is climbing to 8th place. Figure 8 Sport is now in 12th. Looks like Maldox FCF is on the move. The Estonia 25 Cup cars are evenly matched, so it's all about driver skill and race strategy. The track probably favors consistent drivers over outright speed. Figure 8 Sport and Shoot 'em Up are nose to tail for 11th place. Kyroscope and Amy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Maldox FCAF is dropping like a stone to 15th place. Derek Official is climbing to 8th. Simple Marcus is sneaking into 9th. Maldox FCAF just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Detoxins is hanging right behind. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Detoxins is now in 1st place. Rondon 69 has moved up to 2nd. Bjorn R is in 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Maldox FCF is in the 10th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 34 seconds, and some change. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, likely stuck behind some traffic or lacking pace. Wow, Detoxins really sped to the finish line. Looks like they're the new champion in town. Well done! Wow! Detoxins really showed off their skills today. Congratulations! That was quite the impressive win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1970 AMC Javelin was one of the first muscle cars to come with a factory-installed rally package? It was designed to be a sporty, stylish option that could hold its own on the street and the track. And let's be honest, with that sleek look and muscle under the hood, it was pretty much the car that made everyone wish they were driving something a little more exciting. Alright everyone, you better hurry if you want your favorite car to race. The countdown is ticking down fast, so make your pick now or forever hold your peace. Ooh, this is a fun one. Both of these cars are classics. But the Plymouth Barracuda's got that vintage charm and a bit of a surprise factor. The Camaro is a powerhouse, no doubt. But in a race on Circuit Hawaii, the lighter and more agile Barracuda might just have the edge. I'll put my chips on Takidoki Breeze Barracuda to cross the finish line just ahead. But hey, anything can happen when AI is involved. So let's see if Amy's Camaro can surprise us. Alright folks, the vintage Trans Am cars are kicking off at Circuit Hawaii, and Spear Like Hail is on pole position in a classic 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Spear Like Hail has shot off into the lead. I am holding second place, trying not to get too comfortable. Kufo is right behind us in third, waiting for a mistake. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing up to third place now. Kufo and Dr. Monkey 13 are still nose to nose for that third spot. Takidoki Bray and Val Lightning Thief are locked in a close fight for fifth. Kufo is now in third place, closing in on the leaders. Amy climbs to sixth place, making a move. Oigswofi advances to 11th, still in the hunt. Kufo is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, same as the leader. Looks like they're holding a solid third place, probably just waiting for a chance to pounce or defend. Maya is closing in on Spear Like Hail, cutting the gap by a full second. Oxlefei and Hopolungis are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin type. They're currently in fourth place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Vintage Trans Am cars are dominating the top spots, showing strong performance on this track. Group 2 cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the circuit's demands. The vintage Trans Am cars are clearly dominating the top spots. showing the class's strength on this track. The Group 2 cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the track's demands or their own performance limits. Pop Bolognese is driving a 1966 MGM GBG. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing to 3rd place. Orange Funk is making a move to 12th. Amy is in 7th place with a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Oxlofia is driving a 1961 MGMG, a Sprint. They are currently in 11th place, holding steady but not gaining much ground. Looks like a quiet race so far. Amy is in 7th place driving a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. She's been quick with the fastest lap of 1 minute 41 seconds. Looks like she's closing in on the top 5. Takedo Kibre is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th. Kufo just nudged into 3rd, inching closer to the front. Shoto Todoroki 39 is driving a 1971 Lotus Elan Sprint. Their race looks pretty rough so far, sitting in last place and running quite a bit slower than the others. Shattered Pixel is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Orange Funk and Oxwolfe are locked in a fierce fight for the 11th place. Buchitsero is racing a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in the 13th place, and their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Shattered Pixel is in 8th place with a 1970 Alfa Romeo GTA. Their fastest lap is nearly 2 minutes, which suggests they're struggling to keep pace. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Buchitsero is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in the 13th spot and seem to be struggling with pace, given their lap time of over 2 minutes. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The vintage Trans Am cars are dominating with consistent lap times, showing the track suits their style. Group 2 cars are struggling with much slower lap times, likely due to the track's demands or their setup. Wow, Spear-like Hail really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Spear Like Hail really outdid themselves, didn't they? Congratulations on winning the race. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep that winning streak going in the next round. A fun fact about the 2012 Praga R1 is that it was built primarily for racing and track days, showcasing Praga's expertise in making lightweight and agile race cars. Its design emphasizes simplicity and performance, making it a real handful for drivers who love a pure track experience. Plus, it's not every day you see a race car that resembles a sleek, minimalist rocket ready to blast off. Alright folks, you better make your picks quick, or you'll miss out on the chaos. The clock is ticking, and the cars are revving up. Don't say I didn't warn you if you end up with the slowpoke or the weirdest racer out there. Get your selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, what a matchup. Pani 3 in the vintage Ozella PA20 BMW versus Amy in the sleek Radical SR3. That's like old school charm versus modern speed. Honestly, the Radical SR3 is known for its agility and quick acceleration, making it a strong contender on a twisty track like Nonstop. The Ozella, while a classic, might struggle a bit with the tight corners and overall agility compared to the Radical. So, if I had to place a bet, I'd lean toward Amy in the Radical. But hey, with AI at the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the old-timer will surprise us with some vintage flair. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Nonstop, and leading the pack is Zufik in pole position, driving a classic 1996 Ozella P, a 20 BMW A20. Looks like we're in for some vintage speed today. Zufik has taken an early lead. Slipslide to Gaming is right behind in second, and Pani 3 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Squat Bender is climbing nicely to fourth place. Druafals and Amy are locked in a close fight for fifth. Schoolbus Rostefi is inching up to seventh. Druafals is climbing to fifth place. Runner Impage is now in 11th. Rinop T4 has moved into 12th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Rundum 69 is racing a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA, a classic choice for style and agility. They're currently in the 14th spot, so it looks like the race isn't quite their day. But hey, there's plenty of laps left to shake things up. Slipsleader Gaming is really taking the scenic route back to the pack. Sufik is climbing up to first place. Looks like they're on a mission. Pani 3 is also making moves, now in second. Things are heating up at the front. Nonstop's tight corners and short straights are shaking up the order, with the ultralights leading the charge and WTC cars struggling to keep pace on the twisty bits. Dishonored Fox is closing in on Renok T4, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Your Instinct has climbed one spot to take 13th place. Yaksin Dabox has also moved up one spot to 14th place. Slipsleader Gaming just overtook Rondon 69 for 15th place. They're really neck and neck now. Pani 3 is holding a slight edge over Amy, but Amy is closing in fast. It's a tight battle with just 2 laps to go. Drew or False is holding the fastest lap, but is stuck in 5th, probably just saving tires for the final push. Drew or False is leading the Ultralights class with a 2010 Global GT Light. Their fastest lap is a 1:3.701, which is pretty quick. Looks like they're pushing hard and holding a solid position. The tight corners and short straights at Nonstop are favoring the Ultralights with quick lap times, while the WTC cars struggle to keep up on the twisty sections. Pani 3 is holding a slight edge over Amy, but with only one lap left, it's anyone's game. Amy needs to find some speed or hope for a mistake from Pani 3. Pani 3 is driving a 1996 Ozella PA20 BMW, which is holding second place. Looks like they're close behind Sufik and trying to stay in the fight. Race seems tight at the front. Slipsleader Gaming is now in 10th place. Slipsleader Gaming and Runner Rampage are nose to tail for 9th. Your Instinct has climbed to 11th. Your Instinct just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Renok T4 is also climbing up to 12th. Jackson Dabox is making a move, now in 13th after gaining 2 spots. Drew or False is leading the Ultralights class with a 2010 Global GT Light. Their fastest lap is a 1:3.701. The quickest among ultralights so far. Looks like they're pushing hard and holding a solid position. Well, look at that. Sufik just took the top spot. Guess they're the one to beat now. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Sufik really pulled ahead. Congratulations on the win. That was an impressive performance. Looks like they've got some serious racing skills, even if they're just an AI. Can't wait to see what they do next. A fun fact about the 2007 Peugeot 407 is that it was known for its smooth and comfortable ride, which made it a great choice for long drives. It also had a distinctive design with a sleek, elegant look that stood out in its class. Plus, it was one of the few cars at the time to offer a really good balance between style and practicality. Alright folks, time's running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make your choice, or you're gonna be stuck with whatever's left in the digital lot. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side, we have Apex Milkbag in a 1971 Surtees TS9, a car that's known for its aerodynamic charm and speed back in its day. On the other side, Zachary TV with a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125, a legendary racing machine from the golden age of motorsports. Given the age and design of the Mercedes, it might struggle a bit with modern speed and handling, but don't underestimate that historic engineering. The Surtees TS9, while also vintage, might have a slight edge in agility due to its more recent design. I'd say it's a close call, but I'll put my chips on Apex Milkbag and the Surtees TS9. It's got a little more modern tech, and likely better handling on Dustbite Speedway. But, honestly, this race could surprise us all. Alright folks, Chosen's Coast is on pole driving a classic 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR throwback on the front of the pack. This should be interesting. Chosen's Coast has taken an early lead. Seb Brandigan is right behind in second, and the Hyper 7 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Apex Milkbag is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 3 cars. Your Instinct is also climbing fast, now in fourth after a similar surge. Amy is making moves too, now in 12th after her own quick overtakes. Sakurai TV is on a roll, climbing to second place after overtaking 4 cars. Lemon Cult Games is making a strong push, moving up 3 spots to 5th. Simply Marcus is on a charge, overtaking 5 cars to reach the 17th position. Gates is making a strong push into the top 10. Maya is closing in on the pack, now in 11th. Architect is gaining ground but still a bit behind. Apex Milkbag and Zakurai TV are nose to nose at the front. The Hyper 7 just sneaked into 4th place. Yee Gaming is inching closer to Your Instinct, closing the gap by a second. Cheese and Dash Shower is climbing fast into the middle of the pack. Rumi Fist 13 and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are also making their way up, overtaking 3 cars each. Looks like a busy race behind the front runners. Rumi Fist 13 is on a roll, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zolit Adunity 1 is closing in fast on Philonkloya Show, cutting the gap by 6/42. Zakurai TV is having a tough time and has fallen back to 28th place. Rumi Fist 13 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Botgamoneng is inching closer to the top, now in 3rd. The Hyper 7 and Botgamoneng are nose to tail for 3rd place. Looks like a battle of patience. Lemon Colt Games is closing in on Apex Milkbag fast. Jade Silgaming is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya is making a move up to 5th. Zakurai TV is on a tear, overtaking 18 cars to grab the 8th spot. Wayne Trin 94 just nudged up 1 position to 6th. Gaya with Maman Wayo on position to 6th. Whip 3 out 25 and Zap Brandigan are locked in a close fight for the 13th place. Your Instinct is closing in on Athena CNC, cutting the gap by 8 seconds. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 12th. Architect is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to claim 18th. Maya is now just over a second behind J-Zil Gaming. Lemon Cult Games still leads comfortably at the front. The fight for 3rd is heating up with Maya and J-Zil Gaming nose to tail. Athena CNC is gaining fast on the Hyper 7. Jade Gaming and Lemon Cult Games are neck and neck for 2nd place. Botgamoneng is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by a second. Yates Elgaming is climbing to 2nd place. Athena CNC and Cheese and Dash Shower are neck and neck for 7th. Looks like a close fight there. Zakurai TV is gaining fast on Adenut 44. The gap shrinking by almost 9 seconds. Gates Elgaming is inching closer to Apex Milkbag, just over 2 seconds behind. And I am closing in on Lemon Cult Games, with a little over a second and a half to go. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is making a move, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Solid Shadong T1 is closing in fast on Badazara, shrinking the gap by 6 seconds. Maya is climbing up to third place, inching closer to the top. The battle for second is heating up with Maya and Jazel Gaming nose to nose. Iron Crosor Wooden Cross is closing in fast on Bakramani, cutting the gap by 7.3 seconds. Architect is also gaining ground on Your Instinct, closing in by 8.3 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take second place. Congratulations to Apex Milkbag for winning the race. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Wow! Congratulations to Apex Milkbag for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. You really showed those AI cars how it's done. As for the rest of you, great efforts all around. And a special shout out to Maya for setting the fastest lap. You now get to claim a classic 1983 Lancia LC1 from Group C2A. That's a pretty sweet prize for the speedy driving. Well done everyone. This race just keeps getting better. Sure thing. Did you know that before the era of modern racing, street cars from the 1960s and earlier were often customized by their owners right in their garages? People would modify their cars with everything from bigger engines to flashy paint jobs just to shock their friends at a stoplight. It's like the original version of street racing, but with a lot more paint and a lot less regulation. Hey everyone, you better hurry if you want to pick your favorite car. The clock's ticking down fast, and soon the race will start without your input. Make your choice before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Mercedes-Benz 300 SL from 1954 is a legendary car, known for its sleek design and solid performance. It's like bringing a vintage powerhouse to a race. Meanwhile, the Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ from 1963, is famous for its agility and sporty handling, almost like it's dancing around the track. If the race hinges on straight-line speed and raw power, I might give a slight edge to the Mercedes. But if maneuverability and cornering finesse are the key, the Alfa could surprise us all. Honestly, it's a tough call, but I'd say it comes down to who handles the twists and turns better on circuit, and retro. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the legendary circuit and retro track. On pole, we have EU, 20th place cruising in a 1967 Chevrolet Impala SS, classic vibes only. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lid. U20 plays has shot off the line into the lead. Awildrino is holding strong in second place. Bubute is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Maya is charging through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Abiterbloke is also making moves, climbing 4 spots to sit in 16th. Rosaurus is climbing steadily, moving up 1 position to 3rd. Spear Like Hail just overtook someone to take 9th place, now battling Radizero Active Vixen for 8th. Radizero Activa Vixen and Spear Like Hail are nose to tail in that fight. Trifaninity 3 is climbing up to 10th place, closing in on the action. Trifaninity 3 and Radizero Activa Vixen are in a tight duel for 9th. Filthy Old Guy is on the move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Spear Like Hail has gained 1 spot, now sitting in 8th. Shotskis and Spear Like Hail are nose to tail, fighting for 8th place. Gamasta Tagama 9000 is climbing up to 4th place. Justin Platinum and Radizero Activa Vixen are nose to nose for 10th. Crazy Sweetbutt is advancing to 12th. Spear Like Hail is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Imbus Platinum is making progress, now in 10th. Crazy Sweetbutt is also moving up, now in 11th. Trifaninity 3 is climbing 1 spot to 13th place. Radizero Activa Vixen and Trifaninity 3 are nose to nose for 13th place. Rosa Gold Gaming is also moving up 1 spot to 15th place. Widrino takes the lead now. Spear Like Hail and Skakesi's Biopri are climbing up, but still a few spots behind. Bubute is really closing in on Spear Like Hail, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. They're in a tight fight for 5th place. Meanwhile, Imbus Platinum is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th. DX is the EU Prames to 6th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is closing the gap on a Shienriton, now just under 2 seconds behind. Rosie Gold Gaming advances to 13th. Rosé Gold Gaming is closing the gap to me by 1.5 seconds. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up to take the 19th spot. Amy and Red Panda Manatee 4 are neck and neck for 19th place. Imbus Platinum is climbing to 7th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is now in 9th. Maya is making her way to 11th. The race is heating up. Imbus Platinum and Skex's Beau Prix are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Maya is closing in on a Shanriton, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Filthy Old Guy just gained a spot. Now 15th. Imbus Platinum is climbing to 6th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is now in 8th. Maya is making a move to 9th. Rosé Gold Gaming just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Asheneriton and Rose Gold Gaming are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Mynamai Style at 21 is closing in on Radazara Active Vixen, chipping away at the gap. Wow, look at that! Wild Reno taking the victory like it's no big deal. Congratulations on the win, champion! Oh wow, Reno took the win? Congrats! You raced like a true champion. Now, Maya, since you dominated the overtakes, you get to claim that gorgeous 1962 Ferrari 250 GT. Oh, nice work. Looks like some vintage style for the win. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down fast, so make your choice before the race begins. You definitely don't want to miss out on the chaos that's about to unfold. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, We have Maya in that legendary 1978 Porsche 935 78, known for its incredible speed and iconic design. On the other side, Lil Sprout with the 1981 Lancia Monte Carlo Turbo, which is definitely no slouch, but perhaps a bit more of an underdog here. Considering the car's specs and racing history, I'd probably give the edge to Maya's Porsche because of its raw power and aerodynamics. But never count out Lil Sprout and that turbocharged Lancia. It might surprise us with some clever maneuvering. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say Maya's Porsche has a slight advantage for the win. But this could turn into an exciting battle. Stay tuned! Hey, Kid Cries, welcome back to the stream! Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Get ready to see some really impressive car maneuvers, and maybe a few crashes. Because what's racing without a little chaos? Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Nürburgring Sprint GP track, and leading the pack is Flanky Frankie in a classic 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo Duck. Yeah, that's right, an old school beauty up front. Let's see if it can hold the pace. Funky Frankie has taken an early lead. Wafflenotters is holding strong in second, and Bobardo is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Sputnik NZ is climbing fast, now in fourth place. Dishonored Fox and Sputnik NZ are nose-to-nose for that fourth spot. Decaote Guerrero is making a move, now in eighth place. Sputnik NZ is climbing to third place. Amy is now in fifth. The Chaotic Weirdo is making their way to seventh. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 11th place. Indicopate is making a move to 19th place. Billy is driving a Greenwood Corvette GTX from 1978. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Billy is climbing up to 7th place. The Chaotic Weirdo and Billy are nose-to-nose for 7th. Nox Exodus and Defactor are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Amy just gained one spot, and is now in 4th place. Bobardo and Amy are still fighting hard for 4th position. Maya and Necrophantasm are nose-to-tail for 11th. Bobardo advances to 4th place. Theskis climbs to 19th place. Exception moves up to 20th place. Theskis and Exception are nose-to-nose for 19. Maya is climbing up to 10th place now. Excepcion is closing in on 18. Indigo Peta and Theskis are nose-to-nose for the 20th spot. Indigo Peta and Theskis are nose-to-tail for the 20th spot. Dr. Capaway and Defactor are also locked in a close fight for the 23rd position. Maya is holding a solid 10th place, not bad for a Porsche. Lil Sprout is just behind in 11th, so it's a close fight. Looks like a battle for the top 10 is brewing. Sputnik NZ is climbing to 2nd place. Necrophantasm is now 11th. Exception has moved up to 18th. Billy is on fire, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Chosen's Coast is also making moves, grabbing the 6th spot with a similar surge. And look at Maya go, jumping to 9th after passing 3 cars. The race is heating up nicely. Beskies is on the move, climbing to the 17th place. Dr. Keep Sapaway is also making progress, reaching the 20th spot. Nox Exodus is charging ahead, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 21st. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Chosen's Coast and Maya are nose to nose for that position. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 9th, inching closer to the front. Maya is closing in on the Chaotic Guardo, the gap shrinking to just a second. They are battling hard for the 6th spot. Necrophantasm and Chosen's Coast are also locked in a close fight for 8th place. Maya and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to tail for 6th place. Necrophantasm just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Necrophantasm and Maya are practically glued for 7th. The Chaotic Weirdo just overtook someone to take 5th place. Dishonored Fox and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 5th. Veskies and Exception are locked in a close fight for 15th. Dishonored Fox is climbing to 5th place. Chosen's Coast is also moving up to 8th. Necrophantasm and Chosen's Coast are neck and neck for 8th. Congratulations to Wafflingotters on winning the race at Nürburgring Sprint GP clearly. They know how to steer their way to victory. Well done! Wow! Wafflingotters took the checkered flag. Congratulations to them. That was an impressive drive. As for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you nailed it with the bet race. The 1978 Porsche 935/78 Group 5 is all yours. I guess all those bets paid off. Here's a fun fact for you all about the Indy Lights racing cars. These cars are like the rocket ships of the racing world, designed specifically to help drivers climb the ladder to IndyCar. They feature turbocharged engines that can rev up to 15,000 revolutions per minute, which is pretty high even for race cars. This means they can reach speeds well over 180 miles per hour on a good day. Basically, they're the stepping stones for future racing legends. But don't be fooled. They still pack a punch and can make even seasoned drivers sweat a little. Alright, so we're betting on a couple of mystery drivers in the same 2014 Dallara Aisle 15 at Black Cat County Long. Since both drivers are pretty much unknowns, this is really a toss-up. It's like guessing which shadow will outpace the other in the dark. Without any stats or track record, I'd probably lean towards whichever driver manages to stay out of trouble and keep the car steady. But honestly, with no info, it's anyone's game. The excitement is in the mystery, right? Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Black Cat County Long Track, and look who's on pole. The Indy Lights car from Matrixco, a 2014 Dallara IL-15. Let's see if it can hold that spot or if the others have a trick up their sleeves. Matrixco has taken an early lead. I am holding second place, and Senor Flip-Flopone 102 2020 is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Senor Flip-Flopone 102 2020 just overtook someone to climb into second place. Looks like Senor Flip-Flopone 102 2020 and Matrixco are nose-to-nose for the top spot. And Maya is right behind Senor Flip-Flopone 120 20. Both of you are locked in a fierce duel for second. Zerk Gaming Guy is on a roll, now in first place after overtaking 5 cars. Hermit Media is also making a move, climbing 8 spots to second. Catgirl TM is gaining ground, moving up 3 positions to 11. Maya just overtook 2 cars in a flash and is now in second place. Matrixco still holding strong at the front. Senor Flip-Flopone 2020 is closing in on Maya for second. Things are heating up in this tight battle. Zerkamingate is closing in on For the Afro fast enough to make it a race. Senor Flip-Flopone 102 2020 just moved up one spot to second place. Boy Afro and Emma Pinkwolf are locked in a tight battle for 14th place. Boy Afro is storming ahead in first place now. Emma Pinkwolf is closing in on second, overtaking a dozen cars. Matrixco is not giving up. They're right behind our Pinkwolf, fighting for that second spot. Boy Afro is dropping like a stone now in 16th place. Matrixco is climbing steadily, claiming the top spot. Senor Flip-Flop Ponan 2020 is also on the move, grabbing second place. Bees McGee is in the 18th place, just behind Jester and Cirque Gaming. Their car is the same model as everyone else's, so no surprises there. Looks like a steady climb, or a cautious race for now. Morning Starzl is currently in 11th place, just behind Tug On It TTVV. Their car is a 2014 Dallara IL15, and they haven't set a fastest lap yet. Looks like a steady race with some room to move up. Catgirl TM is in the 15th position, driving a 2014 Dallara IL15. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle so far, probably stuck in traffic, or just having an off day. Prodigy Place 58 is in 8th place, trying to catch up. Their car is a 2014 Dallara IL15, just like everyone else's. Looks like they're holding steady, but haven't made any moves yet. Tugonit TTV and Catgirl TM are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Hermit Media is slicing into Cirque Gaming Guide's rear bumper, closing the gap by a second. Some Board Boy is running in 5th place with a 2014 Dallara IL15. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Elititon 1095 is trying to hold off Amy, but she's inching closer. Looks like Amy might just squeeze past soon. Elititon 1095 is defending hard, but not for long. Maya is currently in 4th place, holding a solid position. Their car is a 2014 Dallara IL15, just like everyone else's. Looks like a tight race up front and no sign of slowing down. Shron is really closing in on some Board Bowie. The gap is shrinking fast. Amy has just overtaken someone to sit in 6th place. Elititona 1095 is also climbing up to 7th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is now just a second behind Shron. Catgirl TM has climbed to 11th place. Cirque Gaming Guide is gaining on Bees McGee, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Wow, Matrixco took the top spot again. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done. Wow! Matrixco really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations on the win! Looks like all those hours of tuning paid off. Can't wait to see what they do next. Probably dominate again. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability at high speeds, because with those long straightaways and sharp turns, you want a car that can stay glued to the road while also accelerating quickly out of the corners. Top speed is important too, of course, but if the car isn't able to grip the track well, you'll be struggling to maintain your line. So, a well-balanced combination of power and control is what I'd prioritize for the Bikerniki high-speed ring. Alright, everyone, time is running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make that choice before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to see these AI cars battle it out. Get your picks in and let's see which one comes out on top. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Bikerniki high-speed ring, and leading the pack is Cap Holster in a 1972 Ford Falcon XB GT, holding that pole position like a boss. Samon is leading the race with a strong start. Cap Holster is right behind in second place. Josh is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Technasty just gained a spot and is now in third place. Technasty and Cap Holster are nose to tail fighting for second. Ashta Hove is climbing 2 positions and is now in fifth. Official Classy Live is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Josh Biosh has nudged into 3rd. Bleach Mepsi is now in 10th after moving up 1 spot. Crystal 33 and H2 Hova are neck and neck for 7th place. Bleach Mepsi and Amy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Slitten City Gaming is climbing up to 12th place. Slipsnitty Gaming is charging through the pack to take 9th place. Tylodrums 31 is also making a move, now in 12th. Patsoits is climbing up, now in 18th. The race is heating up. H2 Hoveye is climbing up to 6th place. Rose Godgaming and H2 Hova are nose-to-nose for 6th. Slitten City Gaming and Bleach Mepsi are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Slitten City Gaming advances to 8th place. Slitten City Gaming and Rose Gold Gaming are neck and neck for 7th. Penny 3 climbs to 15th place. Josh Biosh is narrowing the gap to Cap Holster by 2 seconds. H2 Hova is closing in on Taknasty by a little over a second and a half. Slipsnitty Gaming just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Bleach Mepsi is climbing up to 8th place. Tylodrums 31 just moved up to 9th. Rosegol Gaming and Tylodrums 31 are nose-to-nose for 9th position. H2 Hovea is climbing up to 5th place. Jarrett Plays is making a move to 22nd. Strutting Jarl is now in 11th place, closing the gap. Crystal 33 and Strutting Jarl are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Honey 3 is inching forward to 13th. Slipsnitty Gaming is now in 6th place. Tylodrums 31 has moved up to 8th. Strutting Jarl is in 10th. Looks like everyone's climbing a bit. Official Classy Live is climbing to 3rd place. Josh Biosh and Official Classy Live are nose-to-nose for that spot. Tylodrums 31 is making a move to 7th. Josh Biosh is climbing 1 spot to take 3rd place. Official Classy Live and Josh Biosh are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Penny 3 and Strutting Jarl are neck and neck for 10th. Official Classy Live just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Amy is closing in on 12th. Renog T4 is creeping up to 14th. Renog T4 and Rosa Gaming are nose-to-nose for 13th. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 9th place. Renog T4 is now in 13th. Patsoits has moved into 18th. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Bleach Mepsi, closing the gap by a second. Penny 3 is climbing up to 10th place. Kid Cries is making moves into 15th. Holster, just took the lead from Salmon Salmon. Salmon Salmon is hanging tough behind. Strutting Jarl is climbing into the top 10, inching closer to the front. Salmon Salmon is now in first place. Pani 3 is gaining on Bleach Mepsi, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Amy is catching up to Taknesty, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Official Class Alive is closing in on Cap Holster, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Pani 3 and Bleach Mepsi are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Lelai and Scorched Log are locked in a close fight for 20th. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Tyler Drums 31, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Pani 3 is climbing up one spot to 9th place. Amy is narrowing the distance to Taknesty, cutting it down by almost 2 seconds. Slipsneedy Gaming is now in 5th place. Tyler Drums 31 and H2 Hova are battling for 6th. Strutting Charles gaining on Tyler Drums 31, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow. Salmon Salmon just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow. Salmon Salmon took the victory. That was a pretty impressive run. Great job steering that AI to the top spot. I guess all those virtual laps really paid off. Sure. Did you know the 1978 Ferrari 512 BBLM was built specifically to compete in endurance races like Le Mans? It was basically a race car designed to look like a street car, which makes it a true wild card in the racing world. It featured a powerful V12 engine and a lightweight design, making it a fierce competitor on the track. Basically, it's like Ferrari's way of saying hold my espresso when it comes to racing. Alright folks, time's almost up. Get your picks in before these cars start racing without you. Don't be that person stuck watching and wishing you had chosen differently. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1982 Ford Mustang Zaxbyed has some serious muscle. But the Granwood Corvette GTX from 1978 is all about sleek power and style. It's like watching a muscle car face off against a vintage speedster. Honestly, I'd probably lean towards the Corvette, just because those late 70s muscle cars were known for their raw power. But hey, the Mustang could surprise us with its handling, especially at Clark International Speedway. It's anyone's race, so I'm excited to see which of these legends takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Clark International Speedway, and leading the pack is Solid Shadon 981, in that classic 1977 BMW 321 Turbo Dota. Looks like a vintage showdown already. Solid Shadon 981 is leading the race, followed closely by Figure 8 Sport in second place. Mystic is currently in third. Looks like a tight start. Yesterone 33,796 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Wrath 92 is also making moves, now in 8th. Mystic has taken the lead, claiming 1st place. Maya just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amy and Maya are nose to nose for 6th. Chekomaru is now in 9th, closing in. Lithoka is really having a rough time, dropping 6 spots to 29. Amy is climbing steadily up to 6th place. Spear Like Hill and Shikomaru are locked in a close fight for 9th. Riswat Indio advances to 12th place. Tabis 3 and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for 18th. De Factor climbs to 23rd. Wrath 92 and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Xander Savage just gained 1 spot and is now 16th. Sputnik NZ and Liruso are swapping paint for 16th and 17th. Figure 8 Sport is climbing to 2nd place. Gary 710 and Solid Shadon 981 are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Shikomaru is gaining 2 spots to sit in 7th. Gary 710s to 3rd place. Maya advances to 7th. Riswat Hindio cuts the gap to Spear Like Hill by 1.4 seconds. They're battling hard for 11th place. Solid Shadon 81 is climbing to 3rd place. Kid Cries is also moving up 1 spot to 9th. Wrath 92 and Kid Cries are nose to tail for 9th place. Wrath 92 just gained a spot and is now in 9th place. Kid Cries and Wrath 92 are still neck and neck for that 9th position. Gyogun Numericals and D-Vector are battling hard for 25th. Zolochadovninity 1 is climbing to 2nd place. Gary 710 is also moving up to 3rd. Yesterone 133,796 is closing in on Figure 8 Sport, shrinking the gap by 230 seconds. Gary 710 is closing in on Zolochadovninity 1, cutting the gap by a second. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Kid Cries and Shikamaru are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Gary 710 just snatched the 2nd place from someone. Shikamaru is climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Kid Cries is making a move up to 8th. Maya is now in 7th place, closing in on the top 6. Amy and Maya are still neck and neck for 7th position. Spear Like Hill has moved up to 10th, but the pack is closing behind. Zolochadovninity 1 is climbing to 2nd place. Kid Cries is advancing to 8th. Biswa Chingyo is pushing to 11. Zolochadovninity 1 takes the lead at the front. Gary 710 and Figure 8 Sport are closing in behind. Looks like a tight battle for the top 3. Yesterone 133,796 just climbed to 4th place. Shikamaru is now 5th. Sputnik NZ is closing in on Plebis 3, cutting the gap by a second. They are locked in a tight battle for 19th. Congratulations to Mystek for taking the top spot. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Zolochadovninity 1 really pulled it off. Congratulations to them. They must have some serious skills to take the win. Can't wait to see what they do next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 2018 Honda IndyCar. It just seems to have a bit more agility, and maybe a slight edge in handling around those curves. Plus, Honda engines tend to make things interesting on the track. The Chevrolet might be powerful, but I think the Honda would make better use of its speed in tight corners. Wow, this is quite the showdown. Both drivers are in 2018 Indy cars, so the real difference might come down to the car setups, or maybe just luck. Amy's Honda could have a slight edge in terms of reliability or handling, but Mission Man's Chevrolet is no slouch either. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but I am leaning slightly toward Amy because Honda tends to have a little more finesse in the racing setups. Still, this could easily go either way, so I wouldn't count out Mission Man just yet. Let's find out who's the real king of the Daimler test track. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Daimler test track, and leading the pack is 5-0 guy in the 2018 Honda Indy car. Starting on pole position. It's gonna be a wild ride. Five Snow Guy is leading the pack, followed closely by Drewer Falls in second and Wave 1 in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Drewer Falls is now in first place. Indus Platinum has climbed to third. Angie, Tugonet TTV is in fifth. The race is heating up with some steady moves. Indus Platinum is climbing up to second place. Vivensero Guy and Indus Platinum are nose to nose for second. Nur Brown is sneaking into the top 10. Maya is in ninth place, hanging in the middle of the pack. Her Chevrolet Indy car is holding steady, but she's got some cars ahead and behind to overtake. Looks like a typical mid-race grind. Tugonet DTV is driving a Chevrolet Indy car, starting in sixth and currently in fifth. Looks like they're holding steady and maybe planning a move. Amy is in the 15th place driving a Honda Indy car. Looks like she's stuck behind some faster cars but still hanging in there. Ovidas is in 8th place driving a Chevrolet Indy car. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Mission Man and Zenyahima are neck and neck for 12th place. Amy and Mission Man are fighting hard for 13th. Buchitero and Amy are locked in a close duel for 14th. Nur Brown is in a Honda Indy car, starting from 11th. Looks like they're making some moves, currently in 10th. Not bad, but still plenty of room to climb up. Nur Brown is in a Honda Indy car, starting 11th. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. GN1 Prime is driving a Chevrolet Indy car, currently in 12th place. Looks like they're just hanging around, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Hey, Unearth Society, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We've got some crazy AI cars racing right now, so sit back and enjoy the show. Mission Man is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar and is currently in the middle of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The mix of Honda and Chevrolet cars is keeping things tight with no clear dominance. The track's probably favoring a balanced setup, but the differences in lap times show a close fight. The track seems to favor the Chevrolet IndyCar drivers, with the top 3 spots, indicating maybe it's more grip or better aerodynamics for those cars. Honda drivers are hanging in there but need to find some extra speed. The track seems to favor the Chevrolet IndyCar drivers with faster lap times, giving them a slight edge over Honda drivers. Overtakes are likely happening on the straights, not the corners. Wow. True or false really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest in the game now. Wow. True or false really drove the competition into the dirt. Huge congratulations to them. They totally deserve that victory. Looks like all those late-night tuning sessions paid off. Alright folks, here's the fun fact about the 1976 McLaren M26. This car was actually more of a concept than a race winner, as it never quite made it to the racing circuits. It was part of McLaren's early experiments with Formula One design, showcasing some of their innovative ideas. So, in a way, this car is like that one friend who always has the coolest ideas, but never quite pulls off the project. Still fascinating to look at though. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your pick before the countdown hits 0, or you'll be stuck with whatever the game chooses for you. Hurry up! I want to see which monster you all decide to race today. Hey there, deplorably Apple. Welcome back to the chaos of racing AI cars. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed fun. Buckle up! It's gonna be a wild ride. Oh wow. Both of these cars are from the same year but definitely have their quirks. The Surtees TS19 was built with some serious F1 pedigree, so it might have the edge in handling and speed. The Ligia JS5, while a legendary design in its own right, could struggle a bit with the same level of finesse. My bet is on Ren Kawari's Surtees to take the lead, but hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Let's see if the Ligia surprises us. Alright everyone, The race is underway at Ottawa North Full Track, and Frankenballs is starting on pole in a 1976 Shadow D5B. Let's see if he can keep that lead, or if the other cars will ruin his day. Frankenballs is leading the pack right now. Bacon is holding strong in second place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Ren Kaori is making a strong push, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bjorn Art is also on the move, jumping 6 spots to 17th. Red Panda Manatee 4 is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to second. The battle for first is heating up with Red Panda Manatee 4 and Frankenballs locked in a tight duel. Bjorn Art is on a roll, climbing to 14. Amy is making moves, now in 17. Drurfals is gaining ground, now in 18. Abomzi just sliced through the field to take the lead. Two Peasanta podcast is closing in fast, now in third after a big climb. Frankenballs and Abomzi are nose to tail for the top spot. Looks like a showdown. Ren Kaori is making a charge, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bjorn Art is also on the move, climbing to 15th after a similar surge. Deplorable Apple is gaining ground too, now in 20th after overtaking 3 cars. Bacon is climbing up to 2nd place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Bacon are nose to tail for 2nd. I and Waldo are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Marath Society has also gained 1 position, sitting in 7th. Waldo and MRF Society are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Bacon are nose to nose for 2nd place. Rusnapalm 6 just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Rusnapalm 6 and Waldo are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Rusnapalm 6 just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Phyllis 3 is closing in on Druafals, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. The track seems to be favoring the Shadow D and 5B drivers with the top 2 spots, but the Hesketh 308D is holding its own in the middle of the pack. Not much overtaking happening yet. Red Panda Manatee 4 is driving the Parnelli VPJ 4B. They are currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding steady, but no signs of a major push yet. MRF Society is climbing up to 7th place. Waldo and MRF Society are nose to nose for that spot. Official Classy Light and Skozer of Zays are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Just Platinum and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to nose for 9th place. Abomzi is rapidly closing in on Tyler Drums 31, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Indus Platinum just overtook Waldo and now sits in 8th place. Waldo isn't giving up easily, still close behind. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a Fittipaldi FD04 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes, 14.653 seconds, which suggests they're not quite matching their best, but still holding a decent position. Ren Kaori just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Drua Falls is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Ren Kaori just nudged into 9th place. Indus Platinum and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for that spot. Kid Cries is climbing up to 10th place. Indus Platinum is now in 8th place, climbing steadily. Kid Cries has moved up to 10th and is closing in on the top 9. Kid Cries and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for 9th place. This is getting interesting. Wow, Frankenbalds took the win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Frankenbalds really pulled off the win. Congratulations! You drove that car like it was on a highway to victory. Way to go, reigning champion of the digital race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Valencia Street Circuit has tight corners and requires precise maneuvering. Speed is important, but being able to navigate through those turns smoothly will make a big difference. Acceleration out of corners and good grip will help keep the car competitive here. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. Both cars are from the same year and class, so the real difference will probably come down to the driver's AI and how well they handle the Valencia street circuit. The Chevrolet IndyCar generally has a slight edge in power and perhaps a bit more aggressive handling. But then again, the Honda is known for being reliable and smooth through tight corners. If I had to put my money on someone, I'd say Mutube in the Chevrolet might have a little upper hand with that extra punch. But in these AI races, anything can happen. Expect some surprises, and maybe a few inventive driving maneuvers. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race is underway at Valencia Street Circuit, and leading the pack is the MRS Society car, a 2018 Honda IndyCar, starting in pole position. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the others have a surprise in store. The race kicks off with MRF Society leading the pack, followed closely by Imogen Tempest in second place. Amy is holding on to third for now, but don't count out the chaos just yet. Maya just overtook someone to climb into third place. Asha Neriton and Ayara Fail are locked in the close fight for fifth. Mina Mai Style 21 is making moves, climbing 2 spots to 9th. He's also battling it out with Alakasno Brain for 8th. Aethaplassen and Mutube are nose to tail for 11th place. James Misk is climbing up to 15th after a 1-position gain. T-Bomb and James Misk are locked in a close fight for 15th. Lady Gami is climbing to 12th place. James Misk is now in 14th place. Mika Broadcast has moved up to 15th place. Your Name is Stylist 21 is in 10th place driving a Honda IndyCar. They are staying steady but haven't made any big moves yet. James Miss is in 16th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much noise. Moon Tuba is in 10th place, driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Lazy Towner is in 9th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Their race looks steady so far, but they haven't made any big moves or overtakes. T-Bomb is in a Chevrolet IndyCar, currently in the 16th place. Looks like they're stuck behind a few cars and not making much progress. Your Name is Tyler and you're in 11th place. Your car is a Chevrolet IndyCar, and you're just a few spots behind the leaders. Looks like you're hanging in there but still chasing the top. Bye. The Honda IndyCar seems to have a slight edge with 3 in the top 5, but the Chevrolet drivers are hanging in there. Valencia's tight street circuit favors precision over raw speed, so skill and consistency are probably the real winners here. The Honda IndyCar seems to have a slight edge with 3 cars in the top 4, but the Chevrolet cars are hanging in there. Valencia's tight street circuit favors precision over raw power, so skillful driving is making the difference. Your Nonstop 21 is in 10th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Their race looks steady so far, but they're a few spots behind the leaders. James Smith's car stuck with a lap time of 99.999, which means they're not really racing right now. Looks like they're either out or having some technical issues. Lazy Towner is in 9th place with a quick lap of 1:57.43. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. T-Bone is holding the fastest lap, but is in the middle of the pack. He might be saving his tires, or just waiting for a final push. Valencia 21 just moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Valencia 21 and Airfail are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th. Lazy Towner just edged past Nonstop 21 to take the 8th place. They are now nose-to-nose for 9th. Wait. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 12th place. Lady Gami and Aetherplasm are nose-to-tail for that 12th spot. Alexas Nobrain and Ashimritan are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Aetherplasm and Mutube are locked in a close fight for 11th. Wow! NRF Society just took the victory. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Well deserved. Wow, NRF Society really ripped up that track. Congratulations on winning the race. You clearly have some serious skill behind the wheel. Everyone else better watch out next time because that was some top-notch driving. If I had to pick one of these cars for the Ruanea Sasaki, I'd probably go with the Koenigsegg CG. It's known for its incredible speed and agility, which should help navigate those tight corners and accelerate out of the chicanes. Plus, between its lightweight design and power, it's built for racing on twisty technical tracks like this one. The others are all fantastic cars, but I think the Koenigsegg would have that extra edge on this circuit. Alright everyone, time's running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Don't make me start guessing which one you're gonna pick based on their paint jobs. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic battle of the beastly American muscle versus the European Grand Tourer. The Lista Storm GT is a solid choice with its racing pedigree, but the Viper GT SR is known for its raw power and aggression. At Rouen-les-Essarts, the tight corners and technical sections might favor the Lister a bit because of its handling, but don't count out the Viper's speed on the straights. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Viper taking the win here, mainly because of that aggressive power. Still, I won't be surprised if the Lister surprises us with some flair. Let's see how the AI handles this challenge. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Rouen-les-Essarts, and leading the pack is Exema in a 2011 SCGP 4-5 competition. Looks like they're hoping to keep that first place for a while. Exema has taken an early lead, with Kid Kreis right behind in second place. Senar Savage is holding strong in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Kid Kreis just overtook someone to take the lead. Velocitor 14 is now in third place. Velocitor 14 and Exema are nose to nose for second. Velocitor 14 just overtook for second place. Skozerobs is also climbing up one spot to take fourth. Looks like Skozerobs and Exema are locked in a close fight for third. Velocitor 14 takes the lead, claiming first place. Skozerobs and Exema are still neck and neck for third. Maya is climbing up to fifth, making a move. Skozerobs is now in third place. Exema and Skozerobs are still battling for that spot. Up, Maya is closing in on Exema, cutting the gap by a second. The fight for fourth is heating up. Dude Smoke Ablunt is on fire, climbing 3 spots to take fourth place. Exema is not giving up easily, staying close in that battle for fourth. Amy is making a move, now in seventh, closing the gap. Dude Smoke Blunt just overtook someone to sit in third place. Kid Kreis and Dude Smoke Blunt are nose to nose for second. Amy is climbing fast into fifth. Amy and Skozerobs are fighting hard for fourth. Banjo Savage and Maya are nose to tail for seventh place. Equinox Duo is chipping away at Screwchamp's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Equinox Duo and Scroogechamp are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Maya is climbing up to 6th place. Rana Rempage is also advancing to 11th. Shailsy and Equinox Duo are locked in a close fight for 12th. Dude the Smoky Blunt and Kid Cries are nose to nose for second place. Shalesy just sneaked into the top 12. Cloud Surfer 69 is inching closer to Kilo Juliet Delta, closing the gap by a second and a half. Those are Ops and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Maya just gained one spot and is now in fifth. Maya and Skozerops are locked in a close fight for fourth. Dude Smoky Ablant is closing in on I Have Eczema fast. Kid Cries and Amy are still locked in a tight fight for second. Cloud Surfer 69 just made a move up to 14. Skozerops just overtook someone to take third place. Amy and Skozerops are still nose to nose for that spot. Dude Smoky Blunt is closing in on I Have Eczema, cutting the gap by over a second. Skozerops and Kid Cries are nose to tail for second place. Ronnie Rampage and Screwed Champ are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Kilo Juliet Delta and Shalesy are battling it out for 12th. Maya is closing in on the pack ahead. Amy is trying to find a way past the driver in front. Ronnie Rampage just gained a spot and is now in 10th place. Shalesy and Scrooge Champ are nose to tail for 11th. Skozerops is trying to hold off Kid Cries for second place. Amy is right behind Skozerops, pushing for third. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for fourth. No one wants to give an inch here. Wow. Velocitor 14, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Velocitor 14. You absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that virtual driving practice paid off. Great job out there. Sure. Did you know that Group 4 racing cars were originally created for production-based racing? But they were so fast and flashy that they basically became the showstopper of the 1970s and 80s? It's like cars that could both race and turn heads at the same time. Definitely a class where style and speed went hand in hand. Alright everyone, the clock is almost out for choosing your cars. Make your pick now or forever. Hold your peace in the digital race. Don't miss your chance to see which AI-powered beauty takes the checkered flag. Ooh, this is a classic battle for the ages. The Shelby Daytona is a legendary car with incredible speed and style. But the Porsche 906 is known for its agility and handling, especially on a track like Dijon-Prenois. Honestly, I might give the edge to the Porsche just because of its nimbleness, but don't count out the Shelby's raw power. It's going to be a close one, but I think the Porsche might just sneak ahead in the end. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Dijon-Prenois. Maya's on pole with her classic 1970 AMC Javelin Dadian. Let's see if this vintage beast can hold its lead. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by me, Maya and Bees McGee, rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. James Smayo just overtook someone to take third place. Kid Cries is climbing up to 6. 10 coming 7. And Lacroix and 1980 are nose to tail for 9th. Maya just overtook for the lead. Looks like she's got the momentum. Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Bees McGee is closing in on the top 2, inching closer to the podium. Amy and Naya are still neck and neck for the lead. JC Productions has just overtaken someone to move into 7th place. Celestia Linari is climbing up to 14th position. Bees McGee is climbing up to 2nd place. Ovidus is also making a move, now in 13th. Rob Sizzle is driving a Porsche 911 Carrera R SR from 1974. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. James Mayo just overtook someone to take 3rd place. JC Productions is closing in on Kid Cries for 6th. Looks like a tight fight there. Bees McGee and Naya are nose to tail for the lead. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing to 11th place. Dr. Keep Saplaway is advancing to 14th place. Bees McGee is climbing up to the top spot. Dr. Keep Saplaway and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for the 13th place. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar .time. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves so far. Shoot 'em Up is driving a 1971 Puma GTB, a classic Italian coupe known for its stylish design. They're holding steady in 12th place, but with those times, it looks like they're just cruising along. Ropswizzle is climbing up to 4th place. Everlasting Apex is making a move to 7th. Vano in 1857 just overtook Celestia Linari for 15th place. Looks like the battle for that spot is heating up. Dr. Keep Saplaway is climbing up to 13th place. Ovidus and Dr. Keep Saplaway are neck and neck for 13. The Lightning Thief is closing the gap on Celestia Linari, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Ovidus is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA, a classic lightweight race car. They're currently in 15th place, just behind the leaders in Group 2. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. James Mayo is driving a 1974 Ford Capri RS 3100, which is known for its sharp handling and classic style. They're currently holding 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 33 seconds, showing solid pace. La Poisson 1980 is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT, a 2000, a lightweight and nimble car. They're currently in 10th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Dr. Keep Saplaway and Shoot 'em Up are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Ovidus is making a move and has climbed 1 spot to take 14th. Dr. Keep Saplaway and Ovidus are now battling for 13th. Congratulations Bees McGee on your victory. Looks like you really buzzed past the competition. Well done. Wow, Bees McGee really pulled off the Triple Crown. That's impressive dominance. They must be feeling pretty unstoppable right now. Congratulations to them for a well-deserved win, fastest lap, and most overtakes. That's the kind of performance you don't see every day. A fun fact about the Group C2 racing cars is that they were kind of the underdogs of the Group C family. They were designed to be more affordable and less powerful than the main Group C cars, which made them perfect for privateers who wanted to compete without breaking the bank. Despite being the budget option, some of these cars still put on pretty spectacular shows, and sometimes even outperformed their more expensive counterparts. It's like the little engine that could, but on a racetrack. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown runs out. Don't be that person left in the dust because you hesitated. Get your choices in and let's see which AI gets to race to victory. Alright, this is a classic battle of the vintage beasts. Everlasting Apex in that 1982 Ford C100 has some serious racing history behind it. But the Rondo M379C from Kid Cries is no slouch either. The Ford C100 was known for its speed and handling back in the day, but can sometimes be a little tricky in these simulated races. The Rondo, on the other hand, has that sleek design and agility that might just give it an edge around the corners. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say the Ford might have a slight advantage for raw power, but the Rondo's finesse could let it pull ahead in the tighter sections of the track. It's going to be close, but I'm leaning toward Kid Cries and that Rondo sneaking out a win here. Would be a fun finish to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the vintage Autodromo, Oscar Y. Juan Galvez. Starting on pole is Bakamuneng in a classic 1982 Rondo M382. Let's see if that old school beauty can hold its lid. Bakamuneng has taken an early lead. Biorat is right behind in second, and Amy is holding on to third place. Looks like a close fight already. Everlasting Apex and Maya are neck and neck for fourth place. Kid Cries is climbing up to sixth. Now Kid Cries and Everlasting Apex are battling for fifth. Amy just overtook someone to move into second place. Maya is also climbing up to third. Bioart and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that third spot. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 4th place. Kid Cries is also moving up to 5th. BioArt and Kid Cries are nose to nose for 5th place. Yesterone 133,796 is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. BioArt and Gesterone 133,796 are still nose to nose for 6th. Schoolbus Rost FE has climbed to 10th, making a little progress. Amy takes the lead, leaving the pack behind. Kid Cries is closing in on the top 3. BioArt is making a move, climbing up to 6th. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Group C2 cars, keeping the top spots close. The Group A cars are struggling to keep pace, likely due to the high-speed sections. Marty Freeze just sneaked into the 12th place, closing the gap with Gab 11. Looks like they're about to turn this into a real showdown. Yesterone Önen and 33,796 and BioArt are neck and neck for 6th place. Expect some serious wheel-to-wheel action soon. Excepcion and Dab 11 are also locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Sasator is driving a Nissan Skyline GTR 32, a legendary car known for its advanced all-wheel drive and turbocharged engine. They are currently in the 13th position, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Samlun Zamun just nudged ahead of Dab 11 for 14th place. Looks like they're neck and neck, no room for mistakes. Vodka Morning is leading the race in a 1982 Rondo M 382. Looks like they're holding on to the top spot pretty comfortably so far. Amy's holding the lead comfortably and just set the fastest lap. So it looks like he's got this race under control. BioArt is driving a 1982 Lancia LC1, and they are currently in 6th place. Their race looks steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders and probably hoping for some overtakes to improve their position. Kid Cries just overtook someone, and is now in 3rd place. Maya is right behind, closing the gap. Sasatura is racing a Nissan Skyline GT-RR 32, a legendary car known for its advanced all-wheel drive system and iconic status. They are currently in the 12th place, close behind some group of cars, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Sasatura is climbing up to 9th place now. Looks like a close fight between Sasatur and another driver for 8th place. Amy is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone to take the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really pulled off an incredible win. Great job, Amy. You've earned it. And congratulations to Kid Cries for winning the bet race. You're claiming that sleek 1988 Rondo M 379C, nice choice. Plus, kudos to Kid Cries again for the most overtakes. That's some aggressive driving right there. You get to take home the same 1988 Rondo M 379. Well. What a day for you. Sure thing. Did you know that the Lime Rock Park No Chicane track is often called the fastest short track? Because it lets the cars really stretch their legs? It's like the quick sprint of racing circuits, where drivers can really show off their top speeds without the chicane slowing them down. It's a perfect spot to watch some serious skill in action. Alright everyone, hurry up and choose your favorite car before the timer runs out. We don't want any car to be left out of this crazy race. Get your picks in now before it's too late. Wow, that's quite the matchup, isn't it? The 2010 Vauxhall Insignia versus the classic 1998 Mazda RX-7. Spirit R. Now, in a race at Lime Rock Park with no chicane, I'd say the Mazda RX-7 might have a slight edge. The Spirit R is known for its lightweight and handling, which could really shine on a track like Lime Rock. On the other hand, the Vauxhall Insignia might have some decent power, but it's probably not as nimble as the RX-7. So I'd put my chips on the Mazda for this one. But hey, anything can happen in racing, even with cars that seem mismatched at first glance. Who do you think is going to surprise us? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Lime Rock Park on the No Chicane track. In the combined slow cars class, Exception is starting on pole with a classic 2008 Lotus Elise SC. Let's see if that tiny rocket can hold its lid. Exception has shot off the line and is leading the race. Amy is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Girl of Diamond is in third, hanging tight but already a bit behind the leaders. Filthy Old Guy is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Maya is also gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10. Girl of Diamond is climbing 1 spot to 2nd place. Ishta Husky just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Filthy Old Guy is also climbing up to 7. Amin San and Filthy Old Guy are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a close fight. Balsamic Vintwo 83 is climbing up to 5th place. Amy and Balsamic Vintwo 183 are nose to nose for that spot. Maya is advancing to 8th place. Maya and Amin-san are fighting hard for that 8th spot. Trifinity 3 is making a move, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Girl of Diamond is holding strong at the front, now in 1st place. Filthy Old Guy is climbing up to 6th, 1 spot ahead. Amin-san and Amy are nose to tail for 9th place. Frankenbalts and Everlasting Apex are swapping paint for 11. Amin-san just sneaks into the top 10. Jerk Plays and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 12th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya is now in 6th place after overtaking a car. Filthy Old Guy is right behind, still fighting for that same position. Everlasting Apex has moved into 10th place, closing in on the top 10. Fishta Husky is driving a Vauxhall VX 220 Turbo from 24. Looks like they're making a move with the fastest lap of the race so far for their class, but they're still behind the leaders. The modern street cars are dominating with better lap times and positions, while the retro and vintage classes are lagging behind. The track favors quick, agile cars, giving the newer models a clear edge. Maya is closing in on Balsamic Bin 283. Looks like a fun fight for 5th place. Derek Plays and Amy are still neck and neck for 12th. Balsamic Vint 183 is driving a Vauxhall Insignia from 2010. They're holding a solid 6th place but seem to be a bit slower than the leaders. Filthy Old Guy is driving a Vauxhall VX 220 Turbo from 2004. He's currently in 8th place, but his lap time suggests he's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Maya is closing in on Balsamic Vintool 83. Looks like a move is imminent. Everlasting Apex and Amundsen are wheel to wheel, no room for error there. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 8th place. Frankenbuzz is now in 9th. Jerk Place has moved into 11th. Looks like the pack is shifting. Congratulations to Girl of Diamond on winning the race at Lime Rock Park without the chicane. Clearly, they know how to make the most of the open road. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Girl of Diamond on winning the race. Well done. That was some impressive driving. And hey, Maya here, I did the most overtakes today. So, I get to claim a 2009 Holden Commodore GTS. Looks like I'm going to be cruising in style soon. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Fort Wayne Road Circuit, I would go with the 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko. Its blend of raw power, aerodynamics, and advanced engineering should give it the edge on a technical and fast-paced circuit like that. Plus, it's known for its incredible speed and handling, which are key factors in winning races like this. Alright everyone, get your final picks in before the clock runs out. This is your last chance to choose the winning machine. Don't let your favorite slip away now. We want to see some fierce competition. Wow, this is quite the showdown. Ginchu 22 with a Lamborghini Reventon sounds like a real contender, especially with that sleek, aggressive design and a bit more modern flair. But then again, Everlasting Apex has a Zenvo's T1, which is notorious for its insane speed and raw power. The Zenvo is a beast that can surprise you, even if it's a bit older. In a race on Fort Wayne Road Circuit, I'd say it comes down to how well each driver's AI handles the curves and acceleration. I'd probably lean slightly toward the Zenvo because of its raw horsepower and track record of being a speed demon. But the Lamborghini's agility might give it an edge around tight corners. Honestly, it's a close call. I'd call it a toss-up, but I'll side with the Zenvo just because sometimes the old-school speedster surprises everyone. Let's see how these bots handle it. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Fort Wayne Road Circuit, and leading the pack is My Styler 21 and a 27. Elsin Aero Twin Turbo. Looks like a quick one to watch. The race kicks off with Manami Styler 21 taking the lead, followed closely by Kid Cries in second and Wangatang 72, 172 in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Captain Canadian is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Gayonklaja Show is also making moves. Now in 10th. Beans Streams is storming through the pack. Now in 13th after overtaking 5 cars. Wangatang 7, 272, just sneaked into 4th place. Amy and Shattered Pixel are still neck and neck for 8. Elaine 656 is climbing up to 11. WowXCB is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Wangatang 72 and 72 is right behind, both pushing hard. Amy has climbed to 8th, looking to make a move soon. Wangatang 7, 272, is climbing up to 3rd place now. Looks like Wangatang 7, 272 and Kid Cries are neck and neck for 2nd. Cloud Surface 69 and Wangatang 7, 272 are also battling hard for 3rd. Wangatang 7, 272 is now in 1st place, climbing 2 spots. Mina My Style at 21 and Wangatang 7, 272 are still neck and neck for the lead. Cloud Surfer 69 has moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Merchicken Live is on a roll, climbing to 12. Stankit and Lyrashe are both making moves, now in 21st and 22nd. Looks like a busy track behind the leaders. Amy just overtook Kid Cries and is now in 4th place. Alan 656 is climbing to 7th place. Alan 656 and WowXCB are neck and neck for 6th. Kid Cries and Amy still battling hard for 4th. Maya is closing in on the pack. Amy and Mina My Styler 21 are still neck and neck for 3rd place. Alan 656 just overtook 1 car to move into 6th. Alan 656 and Kid Cries are now battling for 5th, and it's getting spicy. Gayonklaja Show is charging through the field now in 5th place. Amy just climbed to 3rd, looking sharp. Captain Canadian is inching up to 8th, while he's got Alan 656 right behind him in a close fight for 7th. Gayonklaja Show is climbing up to 4th place now. Mina My Style 21 and Gayonklaja Show are nose-to-nose fighting for that spot. Gingshu 22 is making a move to 16. Alan 656 just gained one more position, now in 6th place. U20 Plays and Shattered Pixel are still locked in their close fight for 10th. Maya is climbing up to 12th place, making her way through the pack. Alan 656 is climbing to 5th place. Captain Canadian and Kid Cries are neck and neck for 7th. U20 Plays is advancing to 10th. U20 Plays and Wowk CB are fighting for 9th. U20 Plays is on the charge, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Captain Canadian just nudged up 1 spot to 7th. Shattered Pixel is making moves up 2 spots to 9th. Kid Cries and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail for 9th place. Excepcion advances 1 spot to 16th. Stankit also climbs 1 spot to 20th. Merchican Live is climbing up to 11th place. Wowk CB and Merchican Live are nose to nose for 11th. Stankit and Lira Shai are battling it out for 19th. Wow, Wanga Tank 7272 really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Nice job! Wow, Wanga Tank 7272 really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to them. They definitely showed some serious racing skills today. Now, I wonder if they'll keep up that momentum, or if the others will try to chase them down next time. Either way, that was fun to watch. Sure. A fun fact about supercarts is that despite being small and lightweight, they can reach speeds of up to 70 miles per hour, which is quite impressive for a car that looks like it belongs on a go-kart track. They're also known for their incredible agility and quick acceleration, making them a favorite for drivers who love a high adrenaline, close-to-the-ground racing experience. It's like a tiny missile on wheels. Alright, with Amy in the lead and a pretty impressive record of 2,623 races, with 179 wins, she's clearly got some experience under her belt. Her ranking at 13 suggests she knows her way around the track. Lisa Shibi's data is pretty much a mystery, so it's almost like betting on a wild card. I'd say Amy probably has the edge here. But hey, sometimes the unknown can surprise us. Let's see if Lisa Shibi can shake things up, or if Amy keeps her solid track record intact. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Bannockbrae Reverse. Abomzi is starting on pole in a 2012 supercar. Let's see if that vintage ride can hold off the competition. Abomzi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Daisy Shines is holding strong in second place, and Sikopol is not far behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Billy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 25 it. Sustakat and Hellskank are nose to nose for 4th place. Maifuana is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Lita Shibi is climbing up to 12th place. Sori Forge is now in 19th place. Akanona is making their way to 23rd place. Chafana93 is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is also advancing, now in 14th. Maya and Amy are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Wannabe Kiddo's in the 18th place, driving a 2012 supercart. Looks like they're stuck behind some slower cars and struggling to move up. Etaplasm and Trifonini 3 are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Billy is climbing up to 24th, gaining 1 position. Hellskank is climbing up to 3rd place. Amy and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Lord Batrill and Story Forge are battling it out for 19th. Lord Batrill's car is a 2012 supercart, currently in 18th place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably just waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Zikopal just sneaked into 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 14th. Maldok Steve CF and Wannabe Kiddo are nose to nose for 17th. Hellskank is climbing up to 3rd place. Winona 1857 is now in 10th. Lord Buttrill has moved into 19th. Maldok CFCF and Wannabe Kiddo are neck and neck for 17th place. Unknown Tactics and Bilio are locked in a close fight for 24th. Bobardo is chipping away at Unknown Tactics' lead, closing in by over a second. Maddox FCF gets sneaked into the top 20. and is eyeing that next spot. Wana Bikido and Maldox FCF are nose-to-nose for 17th. Unknown Tactics and Bilio are locked in a close fight for 24. Lisa Shibi is just ahead of Chateau de Roca 39 in the 11th place race. Bedsmar is holding off Amy for the 15th spot. Wana Bikido and Maldox CFCF are neck and neck for the 17th position. Bedsmar climbs one spot to 16th. Maldox CF and Amy are nose-to-nose for the next position. Gaming Tophi Cancer and Unknown Tactics are swapping paint for 26th. Weifuana and Velocitor 14 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Maldox, 8th, CF, and Amy are locked in a close fight for 16th. Kid Cries just moved up one spot to 18th. Kid Cries and Maldox FCF are battling for 17th. Vonu 1857 and Aetherplasm are nose-to-tail for 9th place. Kid Cries is climbing 2 spots to 16th. Amy and Kid Cries are locked in a close fight for 16th. Venone 1857 just climbed to 9th place. Akanone is closing in on Lord Buttrell for 20th. Things are heating up in that battle. Zikapal's car is a 2012 supercart, starting in 3rd and currently in 4th. Looks like a solid race, just hanging close to the leaders but not quite breaking through. Weifuana and Velocitor 14 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Betsma and Maya are locked in a close fight for 14th. Beatswood Kev just gained 1 spot and is now in 27th. Lord Buttrell climbs to 20th place. Maldox ACF and Lord Buttrell are nose-to-nose for 19th. Story Forge and Akanone are locked in a close fight for 21st. Well, look at that. A Bonzi taking the top spot again. Guess they're just too quick to catch. Congratulations to a Bombsy. You really drove it home and took the victory. Impressive work. And a big shout out to Kid Cries for the most overtakes today. You earn yourself a 2012 supercart. Enjoy cruising around in style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Utama has those tight corners and sharp turns that really test a car's ability to stay nimble and responsive. Speed is great, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, it's not going to do well. That means I'd also value good suspension and steering feel above raw horsepower. The car needs to dance through those corners without fighting itself. So overall, precision and control are what count most for a race like this. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down and I'd hate for you to miss out on the most thrilling AI car race of the century. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright, this is a classic battle of vintage beasts. Shalesy in the BRMP2. 01, that's a pretty unique choice with its innovative design for the time. Kyosify's Brabham BT44B is a proven competitor from that era, known for its agility and strong performance. Considering the track is a Kutama, with those challenging curves and elevation changes, I think the driver's skill will definitely come into play. But if I had to pick, I'd say Kyosify's Brabham might have a slight edge because of its lighter and more balanced chassis. Still, don't underestimate Shalesy in that P201, especially if it gets some good momentum early on. This could be a close one, but I'll lean toward Kyosify for a narrow victory. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Kutama, and Jazel Gaming is starting on pole with a classic 1975 Penske PC1. Looks like he's got the early lead, but let's see if he can hold on to it with those vintage vibes. Jazel Gaming has shot off the line to take the lead. Shalesy is right behind in second, and Marjika Bleich is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Basho Granda and Kyosify are nose to tail for fourth place. Tanguducky TTV is climbing up one spot to seventh. Tanguducky TTV and Kikshikai are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Tanguducky TTV is climbing nicely into 6th place. Dr. Keep Sapaway is also making progress into 9th. And Maya is sneaking into 11th, still pushing forward. Kirch is really having a tough time dropping to 18th place. Shoebox TV is climbing up to 7th, not bad. Dr. Keep Sapaway is also moving up to 8th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Unistix is driving a Ferrari 312it, a classic and reliable choice. They're currently in 12th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race so far. JC Productions is driving a Hesketh 308B, starting in the 13th position. Their race looks steady so far, but they haven't made any moves up the grid yet. Empress is just holding on to that 10th place, but Maya is lurking right behind. Amy and JC Productions are nose to nose for 13th. Looks like a little bump might be needed to decide that one. Shazi is really stalking Jazel Gaming now. just 2 seconds behind. They're nose to nose for the lead. Baco Grande and Cayosify are also locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Unistix is really having a rough time dropping back to 18th place. Basho Grand keeps climbing up, now in 3rd. Tangva Ducky TTV is making moves up to 5th. Unistix is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Majakoblaj is having a tough time, dropping 9 places and sitting in the back. Yates Silgaming and Unistix are nose to tail, fighting hard for the top spot. Yates Ilgaming is now leading the race. Chelsea is hot on their tail in 2nd. Basho Grande is closing in on the top 3. Cayosify is really closing in on Bacho Grande now. Just a second behind. They're battling hard for 3rd place. Maya is making the move, climbing up to 9th, so keep an eye on that progress. Tugonet TTV is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Kid Cries is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to get to 10th. GC Productions is also gaining ground, passing 3 to reach 11th. Maya is holding steady in the top 5, just watching the chaos unfold behind her. Shoebox TV is making a strong push, now in 8th place after overtaking 7 cars. Dr. Keeps Appleway and Yesna 96 are battling fiercely for 6th place, with barely a car length between them. Maya is now in 6th place, leaving 3 cars behind. Dioguna Miracles has climbed to 11th, overtaking 3 cars. Dr. Keeps Appleway has moved up 2 spots to 5th. Dilgaming is leading the race in a Penske PC1 from 1975. Their fastest lap is a solid 2:8.898. Looks like they're holding a comfortable lead so far. Tugonet DTV is gaining on Yes 996, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy inching closer to Marja Koblag. Looks like a battle brewing there. JC Productions is driving a Hesketh 308B. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Wow, Jayzel Gaming took the top spot again. Guess they're just too fast for everyone else. Well deserved. Wow, congratulations to Jayzol Gaming on winning the race. You really drove like a star today. And hey, Maya here did a lot of overtaking, so I get to claim the 1975 Brabham BT 44B. Looks like I'm not just pretty face, I've got the skills to back it up. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Twin Ring Motegi West circuit, I'd say the 2017 Mercedes-AMG F1W08EQ would have the edge. It's well known for its incredible speed and handling during that era. The Ferrari SH70H, being a hybrid hypercar, might give it a run for its money, but probably wouldn't match the finesse and reliability of the Mercedes on that technical track. The other cars, while impressive in their own right, are a mix of Formula One speed and design, so I'd give the Mercedes a slight advantage for its balance of power and agility. Alright, so we've got Rome Spider in a shiny 2017 Ferrari SH70H versus Bleach Mepsi in a 2017 Renault RS17. The Ferrari is likely to have the speed and handling advantage, especially on a track like Twin Ring Motegi West, which favors agility and power. The Renault, while reliable, probably won't keep up in a straight-line race against the Ferrari's high-performance design. My money's on Rome Spider taking the top spot, but hey, you never know with it. It loves throwing curveballs just for fun. Alright everyone, the race is off at Twin Ring Motegi West. Our favorite Mighty Chunk is starting on pole in a sleek 2017 Red Bull RB13. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Mighty Chunk has shot off the line to take the lead. Rome Spider is holding strong in second place, and Bleach Mepsi is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Anaxagorax just overtook someone to climb to 5th place. The Criticaleg and Anaxagorax are nose to nose for 5th. Your Instinct and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 7th. Bleach Mepsi's climbing up to 2nd place. Rome Spider and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for 2nd. Anaxagorax is inching up to 4th. Rome Spider is really having a rough time dropping to 15. Anaxagorax is climbing nicely into 3rd. Maya is also making progress up to 4th. Looks like the fight for the top is heating up. Rome Spider is dropping like a stone to 21st place. Your Instinct is climbing 1 spot to 6th. Your Instinct and the Critical Leg are nose to tail fighting for 5th. Your Instinct is climbing up to 5th place. Technesty has moved into 8th. Arlo Coast is now in 10th. Technesty is holding off Shalesy by a car length for 7th place. Silver Gaming is just ahead of Arlo Coast with only a few inches between them for 10th. Scourge Chan and Amy are nose to tail for 12th, with the gap barely a blink. Technesty is holding off Shalesy by a car length for 7th place. Stavin Games and Kingrut are neck and neck for 14th. Speckles is trying to find a way past Stavin Games for 15th. Technesty just overtook someone to take 7th place. Arlo Coast is climbing 2 spots to land in 8th. Shalesy and Arlo Coast are nose to tail, fighting hard for 8th. Silver Game is climbing up to 10th place. Slips Media Gaming and Silver B Gaming are nose to nose for that spot. Amy and Scroogechamp are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Silver Gaming and Shalesy are nose to tail for 9th place. Davin Games and Amy are locked in a close fight for 13th. Silver Gaming is climbing 1 spot to 9th place. Shalesy and Silver B Gaming are nose to nose for that position. Portiefro is also making moves, climbing 1 spot to 17th. The Critical Leg is inching closer to Your Instinct, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. They are battling it out for 5th place. Shalesy just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. The Critical Leg is driving a Williams FW40 and currently in 7th place. Their lap time is quite slow at 28.34 seconds, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Slippen's Gaming is driving a Williams FW40 and currently in the 11th place. Their fastest lap is a 28.487. Looks like they're just hanging around, not making much noise or overtakes so far. Wow, Mighty Chunk, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, Mighty Chunk really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations. That was a fantastic race to watch. They totally deserved that win with such impressive driving. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure. A fun fact about the track-only hypercars class is that these cars are built exclusively for racing on closed circuits and are not legal for street use. They pack some serious technology, often featuring ultra-lightweight materials and insane aerodynamics that would make even a superhero jealous. Basically, they're the ultimate playground for speed demons who love to leave everything on the track. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before it's too late. Don't make me force you to watch these AI cars go at it without your input. Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. The REV CTR3 is known for its raw power and lightweight design, so it might have the edge in agility and speed. On the other hand, the Audi R8 Spider GT boasts excellent handling and a smooth power delivery, which could be advantageous on a technical track like Yas Marina. If I had to pick, I'd say the REV has the slight advantage because of its aggressive performance focus, but don't count out the Audi. It's a close call, and I'm excited to see which one hustles to the finish line first. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Yas Marina, and starting on pole is Unistix in a 2012 REV CTR3. Guess he's feeling pretty confident in that vintage hypercar. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the newer hypercars will have something to say about it. Maya takes the lead right out of the gate. Unistix is holding strong in second place, and Kid Cries is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Kid Cries just overtook someone to take second place. Yama Priest is also climbing up to third. Starbix is making a move, jumping 2 spots to fourth. Double and Gabby the Minimac are nose to tail for 7th place. Platinum Mera is climbing up to 9th. The Goldnerd is making a 2-place jump to 11th. Starbix and Yama Priest are nose to tail for 3rd place. Double is charging up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Rex and Sarah and Double are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Starbix just gained 1 position and is now in 3rd place. Yama Priest and Starbix are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Lakaiju has moved up 1 spot and is now in 13th. TT61 is climbing nicely to 14th place. Velocito 14 is making a move to 18th place. Velocito 14 and Sumboat Boy are nose-to-nose for 17th place. Starbix is driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma, a car known for its agility and speed. They're currently in 3rd place, which suggests they're holding a solid position but might need to push a bit more to challenge the leaders. Latnumera just overtook Gabitha Minimac for 8th place. They're still nose to nose, so this could get interesting. Platnumera is gaining on Rexenzera, closing the gap by a second. Its basic switch just moved up one spot to 14. TT61 and its basic switch X are nose to nose for the same position. Double is climbing up to 5th place. Rexenzera and Unistix are nose to nose for 6th. Lokaiju and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12th. Lokaiju is climbing up to 11th place. Filthy Old Guy and Amy are nose to nose for 12th. East Basic Switch is chipping away at Filthy Old Guy's lead, closing in by 2.6 seconds. Taija 61 just sneaked into the 15th place. Velocitor 14 is creeping closer to Sunboard Bowie, chopping down the gap by 1.3 seconds. Saprandigan and Captain Canadian are locked in a fierce duel for 18. Yamapriest is really chipping away at Starbucks' lead. Rexenzera is closing in on Unistix, making it a tight chase. Saprandigan just climbed one spot to 18. Looks like the race is heating up. Rexenzera is climbing up to 6th place. Platinumera is also moving up to 7th. Gabitha Minimac is closing in on Unistix, chipping away at the gap by 140 seconds. Yamapriest is holding a solid position in 4th and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's trying to make a late push for the podium. Velocitor 14 is driving a Ferrari 599 X Evoluzione, known for its incredible speed and handling. They're currently in 8th place, making steady progress but still chasing the leaders. Platnumera and Rexenzera are nose to tail for 6th place. Ace Basic Switches has gained one spot and is now in 13th. Ruza Gold Gaming and Captain Canadian are fighting hard for 19th. Platnumera and Rexenzera are nose to nose for 6th place. Gabitha Minimac and Unistix are also locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Sunboard Bowie is creeping up on Filthy Old Guy, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congrats on the win. Now go enjoy your shiny trophy. Wow, Maya. You absolutely crushed it out there. I guess all those hours of practice really paid off. Congratulations, you earned that victory. Sure thing. Did you know that Apricot Hill is one of the few tracks that makes you feel like you're racing through a scenic countryside, while trying not to run over the adorable sheep? Well, maybe not the sheep, but it sure does give off that peaceful vibe until the racing gets intense. It's like a calming drive with a pinch of adrenaline. Oh! This is a classic muscle car showdown. The Ford Mustang and the Chevrolet Camaro are both fierce competitors, especially on a twisty track like Apricot Hill. The Mustang has that reputation for handling, and a bit of an edge in agility. But the Camaro's got raw power, and a punchy acceleration. Honestly, it could go either way, but if I had to pick, I'd say the Mustang might have a slight advantage with its sharper corners. Still, don't count out the Camaro. It's got the muscle to surprise us all. This is going to be a good race to watch. Alright everyone, Billy is leading the pack at Apricot Hill driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. He's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on. Billy has shot off the line to take the lead. I am holding second place just behind him. Wrestling 567 is in third, trying to keep up. Okinabaka just made a bold move and is now in 16th place. Merchicken Live is climbing fast, now in 24. Cobber and Mahokas are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. James Mayo and Cobber are nose to nose for 6th place. Kid Cries and the other driver are locked in a close fight for 8th. Blackbeard is climbing up one spot to 19th. Blackbeard and the Yama Priest are battling hard for 18th. Nafo Chaos just sneaked into 4th place. Cobra and Amy are nose to nose for 5th. Kid Cries is climbing up to 8th. James Mayo just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. Cobber and James Mayo are nose to nose fighting for 6th. Someone is inching up one position to take 8th. Kid Kreis is climbing up to 8th place. Ixnobadixel is now in 10th. Die Fitzerts has moved into 12th. Looks like some steady progress. Edzos 21 is just holding off Die Fitz for 12th place. Mutuba and Beatswitkev are nose to tail for 19th. Meanwhile, Merchicken Live is trying to fend off Mutube for 20th. Merchicken Live is climbing nicely to the 18th place. Wangatang Seven 272 is now 22nd. Dairuk Official has advanced to 24. Looks like some steady progress on the track. The Factor advances to 13th place. TPPPA also moves up one spot to 26. HP Lootcraft and TPPPA are nose to nose for 26th. Emerald Tick 398 is holding off HP Lootcraft for 27th place. Queen Manda and Emerald Tick 398 are neck and neck for 28th. Merchicken Lave is closing in on Yama Priest, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Mutuba just climbed one spot to 20. Dairuk Official also moved up one spot to 24. Wrestling 567 is now in 2nd place. Rando Booster and Beatswikev are neck and neck for 21st. Emerald Take 398 is climbing to 26th. D-Factor and D-Fizzards are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Brenda Booster is climbing up to 21st. TPPPA and Emerald Take 398 are locked in a close fight for 26th. Amy just sneaked into 4th place. D-Factor is climbing to 12th. Yama Priest is closing in on Blackbeard, cutting the gap by almost 4 seconds. Looks like a tight duel for 17th place between them. Merchicken Live just gained one spot, now in the 18th place. Wanga Tang 7, 272. And Bits with Kev are nose to nose for 22nd. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Kid Kreis just overtook someone to move into 7th. D Thirds is inching closer to the top 12. Edzos 21 is closing in on D-Factor, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Beats with Kev is climbing up one spot to take 22nd place. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for 2nd place. Ixnobadixel and the other driver are swapping positions for 9th. Mutuba and Brandobuster are locked in a close fight for 20th. Maya is closing the gap on Mahokas, now just a car length behind. Amy is maintaining her lead at the front, stretching her advantage. Mahokaos is trying to find a way past Maya, but no luck so far. Wow, Billy. You really showed everyone how it's done. Nice job winning the race. Wow, Billy really showed everyone how it's done. Big congratulations to them on the win. And a shout out to Amy for those impressive overtakes. You've earned yourself a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro from the Trans Am series. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that the F1 cars from 1971 were famous for their daring design and pretty much the wildest aerodynamics of their time? They had these giant wings and ground effects that made them look a bit like futuristic spacecraft more than racing cars. It was a time when engineers were really pushing the limits of what cars could do on the track, often making it a roller coaster ride for anyone watching. Truly a thrilling mix of innovation and chaos. Hey everyone, time's running out. Make your picks quick before the race starts. Don't miss your chance to choose the winning car, or at least the one that looks coolest. Hurry up! Ooh, what a classic showdown! The Tyrrell 002 from 1971 versus the Lotus 72D from 1970. Both of these cars are legends, so this race is going to be a tight one. The Tyrrell 002 is known for its elegant design and balanced handling, but the Lotus 72 had some serious innovation with its aerodynamic features and was a real game changer back in the day. Honestly, I think it depends on how the AI plays to each car's strengths. If Athena CNC can leverage the Tyrrell's handling and finesse, she might just take the win. But if Uncanny Buddy's Lotus 72 finds the perfect racing line and runs with its aerodynamics, the Lotus could just outpace the Tyrrell by a nose. Either way, I'm expecting some vintage racing drama. Who do you guys think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Aintree Vintage, and Amy is on pole in a classic 1971. Lotus 72C looks like she's got the early lead, so let's see if she can hold on to it. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, Emmer Pinkwolf right behind in second, and I've managed to hold on to third for now. Let's see if I can keep that position or if the AI decides to spice things up. Emma Pinkwolf is holding a narrow lead over Amy for first place. Maya is trying to find a way past Emma Pinkwolf for second. Gyroscope is right behind Maya and looking for an opening to move up to third. Yes996 is climbing up one spot to take fourth place. Gyroscope and Yes996 are locked in a close fight for fourth. Cometry and Nonstop are battling it out for eighth. Gyroscope is climbing up to third place. Maya and Gyroscope are nose to tail for that third spot. Cometry and Nonstop are locked in a close fight for eighth. Gyroscope and Maya are nose to tail for third place. Cometry just gained one spot and is now 8th. Nonstop and Cometry are dueling for 8th position. Spear-like Hail is driving a Lotus 72C, which is known for its aerodynamic design and versatility. Looks like they're stuck in 15th place, probably struggling to make moves. Nonstop is holding off Cometry by just a car length. Unconey, Buddy and Trihart Triad are nose to tail for 10th place. Nonstop and Cometry are nose to tail for 8th place. Unconey Buddy just overtook someone to climb to 10th. Trihart Triad and Unconey Buddy are still fighting for 10th, with Unconey Buddy trying to break free. Spear-like Hail is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take 11. Trihart Triad just nudged up 1 to 10. Atom Flash also moved up 1 to 14. Looks like the pack is tightening. Yes996 is driving a Ferrari 312 B2, which is known for its distinctive flat 12 engine and sleek design. Their race seems steady in 5th place, not pushing too hard but staying in the mix. Nonstop is driving a 1971 McLaren M19A. They are currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Cometry is driving a McLaren M19A, which is known for its sleek design and decent handling. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Atom Flash is climbing up to 13th place. Athena CNC and Atom Flash are nose to tail for 13. Unconey Buddy is catching Athena CNC fast, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Atom Flash is racing a Surtees TS9, the same as Emma Pinkwolf. They're currently in 13th place, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Maya is driving the Tyrrell 002, which is holding the 3rd spot. The race looks tight with a close fight behind Amy and Emma Pinkwolf. Emma Pinkwolf is holding on to the lead with Amy right behind him. Maya is closing in on Emma Pinkwolf, making it a 3-way fight for 2nd place. Tranquility and Yesnin 196 are nose to tail for 5th, not giving an inch. Well, look at that. Amy just took the victory. Guess all those practice runs paid off. What a way to make a statement. Wow, congratulations to Amy. They absolutely crushed it out there. And since Amy also managed to snag the fastest lap, they can claim that classic 1971, Lotus 72. See, that's quite the prize for a race well run. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1978 Model X MTX 103C might have the edge. It sounds like a sleek high-performance machine, probably built for those tricky reverse circuits where agility and stability matter the most. Plus, with a name like MTX 103, it's got to be a racing beast. The others seem interesting, but I can't help feeling the Model X lineup has a bit of an advantage here. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is about as predictable as a cat chasing a laser pointer. Since we don't know much about Amundsen or Autumn Thunderbird, I'll just throw a dart and say the one with the better luck, or maybe the sassiest driving style, will come out on top. It's anyone's game in this case. Let's see who's got the skills or just a really good sense of direction in the woods. Alright everyone, it's a throwback showdown at Deep Forest Raceway Reverse with the Formula 1300 class. Squat Benders starting on pole in a classic 1978 Model X MTX 103C. Who's ready to see some vintage racing action? Squat Bender is leading the race right now. Amundsen is holding second place, and Autumn Thunderbird is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Amundsen and Squatbender are nose to nose for the lead. Serotimalev and Amy are swapping places for fourth. Pace, EAR, and Shoot 'Em Up are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Autumn Thunderbird and Amy are nose to nose for third place. Shoot 'Em Up just snuck into fifth and is climbing. Pace CRR is also on the move, grabbing sixth. Shoot 'Em Up just snuck into fourth place. Pace C, AR, and Amy are nose to nose for fifth. Shota Todoroka 39 is climbing, now in 12th. Amy is currently in 5th place with an Estonia 21. Looks like she's holding her position but not making much progress. Her car's been pretty steady so far. Celestia Linari just moved up one spot to 12th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Celestia Linari are nose to tail for 12th place. Celestia Linari just overtook Rosaurus and now sits in 11th place. They are nose to nose in this close fight for that spot. Squat Benders Metal XM TX1 Siri C1 1978 is leading comfortably. Looks like they're setting the pace and avoiding drama so far. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing up to 12th place. Zener Savage is now 13th place. Looks like they're both making some moves. Autumn Thunderbird is driving a 1975 Metal X MTX 103B and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding a solid position but not quite catching the top two. Celestia Linari and I are neck and neck for 10th place. Looks like I might need to pull out some AI magic to get ahead. Autumn Thunderbird and Amundsen are nose to tail for 2nd place. Celestia Linari just snuck into the top 10, climbing the one spot. Autumn Thunderbird just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Amundsen and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Queen Monda is driving an Estonia 21 and is currently in 10th place. Her fastest lap is 128.238, which is solid, but not enough to challenge the top. Looks like she's holding steady but not making big moves. Autumn Thunderbird is now in 1st place. Amy has climbed to 3rd. Celestia Linari is closing in on the top 10. Autumn Thunderbird is leading in a 1975 Metal X MTX 103B, which seems to be holding up well. Looks like they're maintaining a solid pace and avoiding trouble so far. Amy just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Looks like she's on a roll. Maya has gained a spot and is now in 10th. Not bad, but still climbing. NRI Savage and Shoto Todoroki 39 are nose to nose for 12th. This is getting spicy. Wow. Squat Bender took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Wow. Autumn Thunderbird took the win. Amazing job. Looks like they really outpaced the competition today. Congratulations on the victory. Here's a fun fact for you all about the Autodrome Most without the chicane. Did you know that this section actually makes the track faster and more aggressive? It's like the straight shot of racing, no extra turns slowing things down. So, drivers get to really stretch their legs and push the limits without those pesky chicanes in the way. It's basically the high-speed playground of the circuit. Alright folks, you better make your pick quick, before the AI takes all the good rides. The clock's ticking, and the cars are revving up for battle. Don't miss out on the chance to send your favorite into the race. Get those choices in now before it's too late. Oh wow! This is a classic showdown. Both cars are from the same era, so it's really going to come down to the driver's skill and the car's handling. The Minardi M188 has been known for being a bit of a wild card in the past, with some unpredictable moments. But it also has that raw, nostalgic charm that might just give Bugatti a boost. Meanwhile, the Lola LC88 is known for being a bit more refined, but can be less forgiving if pushed too hard. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Bugatti, mainly because that Minardi has a stubborn streak. But don't count Detoxins out, he's got that smooth, calculated approach. It's gonna be close, but I have a feeling Bugatti's got a little more fire in his wheel today. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Autodrome Most on this no chicane track. Leading the pack is the F1 1988 class car with throughout 25, driving the classic Williams FW12. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position, or if the pack will close in. Whip-free out 25 has shot to the front right at the start, holding the lead. Stabiga Killams is right behind in second, and Quifo is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Rob Swizzle is climbing fast into the top 10. Amy and Big Boy Bets are right behind, making their way through the pack. Big Boy Bets is climbing to 12th place. Nina My Styler 21 has moved up to 14th place. Mika Broadcast and My Name Styler 21 are nose to nose for 14. Big Boy Bets and Celestia Linari are nose to nose for 11th place. Nika Broadcast just gained one spot and is now 14th. Someone and Zombush 86 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Someone just gained one spot and is now in 16th place. Stabigao Killams is chipping away at Deplorable Apple's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Reiko Haru D is climbing to second place. Leiyun is now in third. K-Steflex has moved into 4th. The race is heating up. Shalesy is climbing up to 5th place. Renok T4 is also moving up to 6th. Bubote is now in 7th. Looks like everyone's making a little push today. Whip 3out25 is closing in on Hot Bolognese like a heat-seeking missile, cutting the gap by nearly 10 seconds. Stabby Killam's just sneaked up 1 spot to 21st, probably feeling pretty good about that. Reikoharu G and Kuifo are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Stabby Killens is closing in on Deplorable Apple, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. Detoxinus is driving a Lola LC88, a car known for its sleek design and decent aerodynamics. Their race looks pretty uneventful so far, stuck in 11th place with no recorded lap times, so they might be just cruising or struggling to find pace. Rikoharu G just snatched the lead from the front. Big Boy Bets is climbing into the top 10, inching closer to the pack. Whip 3out25 is driving the Williams FW12, which is known for its aerodynamics and handling. They're currently in the lead, showing strong pace with a fastest lap of 1 minute 27.939. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty comfortably. Stabby Killens is in 2nd place with a Lotus 100T. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 27.709. So they're pushing hard. Looks like they're trying to chase down the leader. Lium and Quifo are nose to tail for 2nd place. Renok T4 and Shalesy are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Amy just gained a spot and is now 11th. Renok T4 is really having a rough time dropping to 21st place. Buboteya just sneaked into 6th place and Detoxins is right behind in 7th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Bubate is holding a slight edge over Detox, but with only 1 lap to go anything can happen. Detoxins is right behind and could easily make a move if the opportunity arises. Stabby Killens is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Hot Bolognese has moved up 1 spot to take 21st place. Whip 3out25 has also moved up 1 spot to take 22nd. Wow! Riko Haruji just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Reiko Haruji really did it. Congratulations! That was an impressive performance. Looks like they're the one to beat today. Great job! Sure thing. Did you know that the Tsukuba short track is famous for its super tight corners and quick chicanes? It's like the racetrack version of doing a dance. Every turn is a little step that keeps the cars on their toes. Perfect for testing out those AI drivers' agility and precision. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. You've got just a few seconds left to pick your favorite car before the race begins. Make it count, or you might end up with something as boring as a station wagon. Hurry up! Ooh! This is a classic battle of the vintage machines. Wolfslight's Jordan 196 is known for its agility and sharp handling, especially on a shorter track like Tsukuba Short. It's like a nimble fox trying to outmaneuver its opponent. Meanwhile, Aerotech's Minardi M95B, while perhaps not as legendary, has its own charm and stability, which could give it a surprising edge if it manages to capitalize on its strength. Honestly, I'd put my bet on Wolfslight with the Jordan. It's got that extra spark of race-winning spirit in its design. And on a tight circuit like Tsukuba Short, that handling finesse often makes the difference. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see who holds the edge in this vintage showdown. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Tsukuba Short Track, and look at GN Prime up front in that sleek 1996 Sauber C15. Starting on pole, so he's got the early lead. Let's see if he can hold on to it or if the others will surprise us. GM Prime has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second place. King Joe 22 is currently in third, trying to keep up. King Chu 22 is climbing to second place. Amy and King Chu 22 are nose to nose for second. Maya is advancing to fifth. Maya and Wolfslight are locked in a close fight for fourth. King Chu 22 just claimed the top spot. Wolfslight is climbing to third. Wolfslight and GM Prime are nose to nose for second. Wolfslight and Amy are nose to tail fighting for third place. Beef Sliders and Casa 27 are locked in a close duel for seventh. No one is giving an inch out there. Wolfslight is climbing up to third place. Tyler and Butchizero are nose to nose for 14th. DCK Pete Roberts is driving a 40 FG01B, which is known for its tricky handling. They're currently in 10th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the pack. Tyler just nudged ahead of Butchizero for 14th place. Looks like they're neck and neck. No room for error. Platigami is driving a Footwork F17, which is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be holding steady, but not challenging the front runners. Ikar 77 and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Tyler just sneaked up one spot to 14th. The tight corners and short straightaways are favoring cars with good handling and acceleration. The Williams drivers are showing strong performance, but overtakes are tricky here. Maya is currently in 6th place with the Williams FW18. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is currently in 6th place driving a Williams FW18. Her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite challenging for the top yet. Kingshu 22 is leading in a Williams FW18, and they've set the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Butchizero is driving a Williams FW18, starting from the 15th position. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle. Currently in the last spot and over half a second behind the car ahead. Beats with Kiev is driving a McLaren MP411, starting way back in 14th. They're currently in 12th place, so they're making some moves. Their fastest lap is pretty decent, but they still have some ground to catch up. Wow. Kingshu 22 took the top spot again. Looks like they're really good at this. Congrats on the win. Wow. Kingshu 22 really pulled off an unbelievable feat today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's like everything you could hope for in a race, all in one package. Let's give a big round of applause for such an incredible performance. They've set the bar high for the rest of the racers. Here's a fun fact for you. NASCAR trucks are actually built to be pretty tough and durable, kind of like the rugged pickup trucks you see on farms or construction sites. They are specifically designed for short track racing and have a lower center of gravity to help with stability. Plus, the engines they use are custom made to produce a lot of horsepower, making the races pretty exciting to watch. So, in a way, these trucks are like the superhero versions of your everyday pickup. Well, both of these trucks are quite the giants on the road, so it's really anyone's game. The Toyota Tundra has a reputation for reliability and a decent mix of speed and control, which might give Rex and Zero a slight edge if he plays his cards right. On the other hand, the Dodge Ram is known for its brute strength and torque, so Rud3 Boy Gaming Studios could really muscle his way through the competition if he's feeling aggressive. But let's be honest, Dustbite Speedway isn't exactly a farmyard. I think the race might come down to who handles the turns better rather than who's got the biggest engine. Both cars are pretty similar in age and capabilities, so it's likely to be a close call. My money's on Rex and Zera, but don't be surprised if Rud3 Boy Gaming Studios surprises us with a late surge. Alright folks, Telescope Beam is kicking things off on pole in that classic 2011 Dodge Ram, ready to set the pace at Dustbite Speedway. Let's see if that old beast can hold the lid. Telescope Beam has taken an early lead, with Yama Priest right behind in second. I'm in third place, holding steady but already feeling the heat from the pack. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Yama Priest and Maya are neck and neck for that spot. Missionman has moved up to fifth, inching closer to the top five. Missionman and Cyrirelia are battling hard for fourth place. Yama Priest just overtook for second place. Maya and Yama Priest are nose to tail fighting for second. Mission Man has moved up to fourth and is closing in on the battle for third. The fight for third is heating up between Mission Man and Maya ... When Guitarist is 7 is climbing fast, now in 25th place after 3 quick overtakes. Maya and Yama Priest are nose to tail for second place. Nyalatot at 98 and Cyrirelia are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Maya just overtook Yama Priest and is now in second place. Nyalatot 98 and Cyrirelia are nose to nose for 5th. The race is heating up at the front and mid-pack. Yama Priest and I are nose to nose for second place. Nyalatot 98 and Cyrirelia are swapping positions for 5th. Meanwhile, a Beta Bloke and Nyalatot 98 are still fighting for 6th. Yama Priest is now in second place, closing the gap. Maya and Yama Priest are nose to tail. No room for error. Nyalatot 98 and Cyrirelia are swapping positions in a close fight for 5th. Yama Priest just overtook for the lead. They are now battling for first place. Maya and Telescope Beam are nose to tail for second. This race is heating up. Telescope Beam are just snuck into the lead. Yama Priest and Telescope Beam are nose to nose for the top spot. Nyalatot 98 and Cyrirelia are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Yama Priest just overtook Telescopine for the lead. Mission Man is closing in on the top two, now in third place. The battle for first is heating up, with Yama Priest and Telescopine neck and neck. Telescopine just grabbed the lead. Yama Priest and Telescopine are still nose to nose for second. Maya is closing in on the top two, climbing to third. Chris Gopher is on a tier, climbing from the back to 7th place. Yama Priest and Telescopine are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Aurelia just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 5th. Yama Priest and Telescopine are nose to tail for the lead. Nyalithot, at 98, just gained 1 spot and is now 5th. Aurelia and Nyalithot at 98 are close for 5th place. Looks like a real scrap. Rosaurus is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 21st place. Yama Priest just moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Telescopine and Yama Priest are now locked in a close battle for first place. Telescopine just overtook to take the lead. Yama Priest and Telescopine are nose to nose for 2nd place. Maya and Yama Priest are also fighting hard for the 2nd spot. Wolf of Echo is now in 1st place after a quick series of overtakes. Amy is climbing up to 20, passing 3 cars. The battle for first between Telescopine and Wolf of Eco is heating up. Looks like a close fight. Wow, Telescopine really sped to victory. Guess the competition was just a warm-up. Wow, what a win! Congratulations to Telescopine for taking the victory. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Great job! Alright, here's a fun fact for you all. Retro street cars racing class is basically like taking your grandma's old sedan and throwing it into a high-speed race. It's hilarious because most of these cars are more about style than speed, but when they hit that turbo button, they surprise everyone. It's like watching your dad's old station wagon suddenly turn into a street beast. Now, who says vintage can't be fierce? Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision or forever hold your peace. Hurry up before the AI takes all the good spots. Oh wow. This is quite the classic showdown. Wolf and that vintage Mazda RX-7 Turbo is definitely bringing some serious rotary engine flair. It's known for its agility and speed, especially with that turbocharged setup from the late 80s. On the other hand, Abumzi's Honda CRX might be lighter on its feet, but probably lacks the raw power of that turbocharged Mazda. Given the cars and their age, I'd say Wolf has the edge in overall speed and performance. The RX-7 Turbo was a beast in its day and still holds some neat tricks up its sleeve. The ERX could surprise us with clever handling, and maybe a bit of a fuel economy advantage. But I think the Mazda will take this one. I'd put my money on Wolf to cross the finish line first. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Autodrome Most. Gavin is on his own pole, piloting a classic 1991 Volkswagen Corrado. Fufi, R6. Let's see how that vintage spins out on the track. Gavin has shot to the front as the race begins. Lemon Cult Games is right behind in second, and Ovidus is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Eunice Gottlieb is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take the 18th place. Ashaneriton is inching closer, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Looks like Diffizards and Ashaneriton are about to turn this into a real showdown for 4th. Ovidus and Lemon Cult Games are nose to tail for 2nd place. Wolf just gained a spot and is now in 5th. Die Thirds and Wolf are locked in a close fight for 5th. Ovidus and Lemon Cult Games are neck and neck for 2nd place. Die Thirds and Wolf are locked in a close fight for 5th. Wendy Tapsum Bonksi is climbing up to 7th, 1 spot at a time. Ovidus is climbing up to 2nd place. Wolf is closing in on Ashaneriton, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Wendy Tapsum Bonks is moving up to 6th. The battle for 5th between Raditapsum Bonchix and Arpinks and Wolf is heating up. Apex Milkbag just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Deferts and Apex Milkbag are nose-to-nose for 7. Gmaster Tigamanine, 1000 SS Staven Games are locked in a close fight for 11th. Crystal 33 is almost on Dia Fizzer's bumper now. They're battling hard for 8th place. G-Master Tigamanine 1000 just sneaked past someone to claim 11th. Ashaneriton is closing in on Lemon Cult Games, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Abumzi has gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Crystal 33 and Abumzi are nose-to-nose, fighting for 9th. SS Davin Games is climbing up to 11th place. Gimasta Tigamanine 1000 NSS Staven Games are still neck and neck for 11th. Eunice Gottlieb and the Hyper 7 are battling it out for 16th. Yunus got leads just climbed to 16th place. Amy is now 21st. Indus Platinum is closing in on Rinuk T4, cutting the gap by 2.3 seconds. Mainamai Style 21 is gaining ground on G Master Thigaman in 1000, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Indus Platinum is also making a move on Rinuk T4, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Indus Platinum is closing in on Rinuk T4 with a 6.6 second gap. Doi. Amar Pink Wolf just overtook someone to take 4th place. Grandmaster Tigamranin 1000 is climbing up to 11. Oidus is really closing in on Gav 11, only a second apart now. Apex Milkbag is gaining on Anki Stapsum Bonks X even faster, just a little over a second behind. Yunus Gotta Leads has made a move and is now in 15th place. Nar Pink Wolf is climbing up to 3rd place. Abomzi is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Defets and Abomzi are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Defets is climbing up to 8th place. Master Tigaman in 1000 is also moving up to 9th. Subsfied and the Hyper 7 are nose to nose for 17th. Master Tigaman in 1000 is climbing up to 8th place. S. Davin Games is closing in on Crystal 33, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Yunus got leads and Sputnik and Z are nose to nose for 14th. Wellon is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Apex Milkbag has also moved up 1 spot to 6th. Ashanritan and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for 6th place, so expect some drama there. Ovidus just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Defets is gaining on Master Thigamarnin 1000, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Crystal 33 is inching closer to Abomzi, chipping away at the distance by over a second and a half. Well, look at that! Ovidus just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Ovidus really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations to them. They must have some secret racing tricks up their sleeve. Can't wait to see if they can do it again next round. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Charlotte Road Course has a mix of sharp turns and fast straights, so a car that can tackle corners smoothly and maintain good speed through the curves is what I'd prioritize. Acceleration and braking are also key, because coming out of those tight corners with momentum can make a big difference in overall performance. Basically, a car that feels like it's glued to the road and can switch directions quickly would be my top pick for this kind of racing. Hey there, Rizadi Adha. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed robot chaos. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Hey everyone! If you want to see a specific car class or track in our AI Racing Showdown, just cheer some bits. When you do, type !requests in chat, and our trusty bot will pop up with a link that has all the instructions. So go ahead, make those requests, and let's see which cars take the lead. Alright everyone, listen up. All the cars in this simulator are as close to real as it gets. Their physics are spot on, and will behave just like their actual counterparts. So, picking the right car can really boost your chances of winning. Think of it as choosing your favorite superhero costume before a big race. The right choice might just be the secret to victory. Hey everyone! If you want to check out the coolest shirts and merch in town, just type !merch in chat. The bot will hook you up with the link. Don't miss out on grabbing some awesome gear to show off your love for the races. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down and your chance to pick a car is about to vanish. Make your choice now, or forever wonder what could have been. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, we've got Ebony Shadow behind the wheel of a 1995 Honda NS XG22 L1 Fragout in a 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR or 33L, and both are legendary in their own right. But if I had to guess, I'd say the Skyline might have a slight edge on Charlotte Road Course. The R33 is known for its incredible handling and speed, especially on tight turns and quick straights, which the road course emphasizes. The NSX is a fantastic car, but it's more of a balanced street car than a pure racing beast. So, my money's on Fragout taking an early lead, but we'll see if Ebony Shadow can surprise us with some unexpected tactics. Alright everyone, this race was requested by me, so be sure to thank me later. We're kicking off at Charlotte Road Course with retro GT 500 cars. Papa Casey is starting on pole in a classic 1995 Honda NS XG. Tuilan, buckle up, it's gonna be a fun one. Rizzalia Adha has shot off to the lead, with Papa Casey close behind in second. Henfatig is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Unistix is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 7th. Tranquility just gained 1 spot to 4th, and is now battling hard with Cloudy for that position. Kilukachu and Cloudy are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 10th. Sirarelia is also climbing, up 1 to 15. Henfatic is holding on to 2nd place, but Papa KC is right on their tail. Kalukachu and Cloudy are nose-to-nose for 5th. Fragu and Ebony Shadow are fighting hard for 8th. Amy is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 7th. Tranquility just gained 1 spot to 3rd. Cthulhukachu also moved up 1 spot to 5th. Ebony Shadow is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Life1 is making a move, and now in 8th. Deplorably is not far behind, pushing into 10th. The race is heating up. N-Body Notes is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Anaxagorax is also making moves, gaining 4 spots. Atom Flash is catching up, overtaking 4 cars as well. Arlocoast is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 26. Dragul is inching up 1 place to 6th. Ebony Shadow and Fragout are nose to tail, fighting for 6th. Cthulhu Kachu is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 2nd. Henfatic and Papa KC are nose to nose for 3rd. Deplorably Apple just gained 1 spot, now 9. Ateliatorius is making a bold move, climbing 4 spots to 11. Papa Ketsi is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Henfatic is also on the rise, grabbing 3rd place. Ren Kauri is on a tier, now in 5th place after overtaking 17 cars. Orange Funk is also climbing fast, now in 7th after passing 16. Pani 3 is making moves too, now in 10th after overtaking 11 cars. Life 1 is climbing fast into 8th place. Deplorably Apple is right behind in 9th. And I am pushing hard into 10th. The race is heating up. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 5 cars. Unistix is making good progress, now in 7th after passing 4 cars. Amy is having a tough time, dropping back 7 positions to 29. Fragu is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Kulukachu and Fragut are nose to tail for 5th. Ebony Shadow is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 7th. Jerk Plays is on a roll, climbing to 11th place. Arlocoast is not far behind, making a solid push to 14th. Ren Kaori is gaining ground, now in 18th. The race is heating up. Deplorably Bull is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 6 cars. Anaxagorax is making a move, now in 16th after passing 3 cars. Flash is also gaining ground, now in 17th after overtaking 3 cars. Tranquility is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Kudukacho and Frago are right behind, both overtaking 3 cars to reach 5th and 6th. The battle is heating up. Flash and Anaxagorax are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Kingchu 22 and Cerarelia are battling it out for 18th position. Orange Funk is climbing up 1 spot to 21st. Popolonese is on a roll, climbing from the back to 13. Reiko Haruji is making moves, now in 21st. Tranquility is gaining on Papa KC, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Someone's on a roll, jumping 3 cars to take 9th place. Hani 3 is climbing fast, overtaking 3 to reach 22nd. Hot Bolognese is having a tough time, dropping 14 spots to 27. Hen Fatig is closing in on Rizaldia Adha, cutting the gap by 2.1. Ebony Shadow has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. I am also climbing 1 spot to 10th place. Flash is climbing up to 16th place. Anaxagorax and Flash are nose to nose for that spot. Cerarelia is making a move to 18th place. Cloudy is on a roll, climbing from way back to 11th place. Enfatic is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Tranquility and Papa KC are nose to tail for 3rd. Looks like a battle for the podium. Unistix is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9. Someone else is doing the same, grabbing 3 places to 10. Cloudy is having a tough time, dropping 17 positions to 28. Ritzalia Adha and Papa KC are still locked in a fierce fight for 1st place. Kingcho 22 just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Zurarelia and Kingchu 22 are battling it out for 18th place. Cerarelia is on a tier, climbing from behind, now in 5th place. Anaxagorax is making steady progress, now in 12th. Rizaldi Adha just gained 1 spot and is leading the race. Cerarelia is dropping like a stone, now in the 17th place. Anaxagorax is hanging around in 19th, still losing ground. Deplorably Apple is making a move, and is now in 5th, climbing up 1 spot. Cloudy is on a rampage, climbing up to 24th place. Deplorable Apple is gaining fast on Frag Out, closing in by almost 4 seconds. Tranquility is inching closer to an opponent, chipping away at the gap by a little over a second. The Critical Egg is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 7th place. Dragoo just nudged into third, inching closer to the top. Deplorable Apple and Cthulhu Uchichu are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Anaxagorax is on a tier, now in 6th place after overtaking 13 cars. Nishanman is climbing fast, now in 10th after passing 11 cars. Orange Funk is making moves, now in 14th after overtaking 6 cars. And Body Notes is climbing fast, now in 12th. Maya is right behind, grabbing the 13th. Atelier Torius is not far behind in 14th. Ebony Shadow is struggling to keep up with Fragout, who's pulling ahead in third. Ebony Shadow needs a miracle or mistake from Fragout to have a shot. Dragoo is gaining on Henfedig, closing the gap by 1 second. Papakatsi is catching the critical leg, closing the gap by just over 1 second. Waifuane is just ahead of Cthulhu Kachu by a car length. Cloudy and Orange Funk are side by side, trading positions every corner. Jared Plays and Ren Kaori are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Waifuane is on fire, climbing up 5 spots to take the lead. Rezaldi Adha and Waifuan are nose to nose for first place. Papakasi closing the gap on the critical leg, getting closer by the second. Someone just blitzed past 3 cars to grab the 6th place. Rezaldia Adha is climbing to the top spot. Henfatic is also moving up, now in second. Things are heating up at the front. And Body Notes is climbing to 12th place. Cloudy is making a move to 19th place. Arlo Coast is catching Hot Bolognese, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Kingshu 22 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 13th. Kalukacho is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by over 1 second. Someone and Ebony Shadow are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place, nose to tail. Jerk Place is on a tier, climbing 16 spots to 7th place. Cthulhu Kachu is slicing through the field, closing in on Deplorable Evil by 2.5 seconds. Someone just nudged up 1 position to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Life 1 is on fire, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Arlo Coast is making a strong push, moving up 6 spots to 21st. Dragoo is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to 6th. Ebony Shadow is climbing fast up to 6th place. Someone just overtook 2 cars to grab 5th. Unistix is making a move up to 9th. The race is heating up. Autoetorius is making a wild climb to the front, overtaking 13 cars to take the lead. Waifuana and Fragid are nose to nose for 8th place. Kingshu 22 is closing in on Cirirelia, shrinking the gap by 3.2 seconds. Deplorably Apple is on fire, taking the lead by overtaking 3 cars. Kulukachu is right behind, also making a move to second place. Someone is charging up fast, claiming third place after overtaking 3 cars. The top 3 are shaping up to be quite the chase. Ragu is climbing to 6th place. Laifuane is now in 7th. Unistix has moved into 8th. The race is heating up. Deplorably Apple is leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Kulukachu just overtook Deplorably Apple for the lead. Rizaldia Adha is closing the distance on Ebony Shadow. The gap's shrinking fast. The Retro GT 500 cars are dominating the top spots with fast lap times, especially the Nissan Skyline and Ferrari F40F. The track seems to favor these classic high-performance models over the BTC cars, which are struggling to keep up. NX Zagarex is driving a 1992 BMW 318. Oi, which is not exactly a speed demon, but probably handles like a charm. Their race looks pretty rough with the last place finish, and a lap time way off the leaders. King Chu 22 is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 12th place. Papa Cassie is closing in on Henfatig, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Sirarelia is advancing 2 positions, now in 13th place. Pani 3 is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 9th. Ren Kaori is making progress, moving up 8 spots to 14th. King Chu 22 is having a tough time, dropping 6 positions to 18th. Pani 3 is dropping like a stone, now in 21st place. Ren Kaori is also losing ground, now 22nd. Dragu is on the hunt, closing in on Rizaldi Adha by 1.7 seconds. Body Notes is making a move, and has climbed up to 7th place. Arlo Coast is gaining fast on Otolatorius, closing the distance by over 5 seconds. Pragu is hot on Rizaldi Adha's tail, chipping away at the gap by 1.5 seconds. Body Notes is dropping back to 13th place. Laifuane is climbing to 7th. Unistix is inching up to 8th. Emphatic is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to take 4th place. Someone's closing in on Cthulhukachu, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Unistix just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Maya is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Henfatig is having a tough time, dropping 6 spots to 10th. Ebony Shadow is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 4th. Papa Kisi is on a roll, climbing 9 places to 2nd. Sirarelia just gained 1 spot, now in 14th. Cloudy and Ebony Flash are nose to nose for 15th. Looks like a close fight. Ebony Shadow is holding a solid second place and has the fastest lap so far. Ragu is close behind in 8th, but with a few laps left, Ebony Shadow looks like the favorite to stay ahead. Ragu is on a roll, climbing 4 places to take the 4th position. Kilukacho just nudged into 2nd. Ebony Shadow also moved up 1 spot into 3rd. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya is closing in on Henfatic fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Orange Funk is on a rampage, overtaking 8 cars to reach 11th. Hot Bolognese is also on the move, passing 12 cars to sit in 12th. Cool Hukachu is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 15 seconds. Adam Flash is on a roll, overtaking 5 cars to reach 11th place. Reiko Haruji is making moves, passing 3 cars to climb to 22nd. Kitlukacho takes the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Ebony Shadow is right behind, chasing that top spot. Rizaldi Adha is sneaking up, trying to make it a 3-way battle for the podium. Ragu is climbing to 4th place. Waifuana is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Henfatic is catching up, narrowing the distance by 1.9 seconds. Cloudy just overtook N-Body Notes, and is now in 12th place. Cloudy and Cirarelia are nose to tail for 11th and 12th. Cloudy is making a move to climb even higher. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Ebony Shadow, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Henfatic is inching closer, shaving off a little over a second. The critical egg is on my tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. N-Body Notes is making a move, climbing 7 spots to 7th place. Adam Flash is catching up fast, overtaking 8 cars to reach 8. King Chu 22 just gained 1 spot, now in 15th. Mission Man is on a roll, climbing to the 15th place. Anaxagorax is catching Cirarelia fast, the gap shrinking like a bad joke. Deplorable Apple is sneaking up on Fragout, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Anaxagorax is gaining on Cirarelia, and the gap is shrinking fast. Autoliatorius is also making a move on Rekuharu G, closing in steadily. Deplorable Apple is making a move up to 3rd place. Waifuana is closing in on Fragot fast, just 1.9 seconds behind. Someone just climbed 1 spot to 7th, but we still don't know who. Henfatic is on a roll, overtaking 5 cars to reach 4th place. Rizaldia Adha just moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Unistix and another driver are nose to nose for 8th place. Dragoo is climbing to 4th place. Deplorably Apple is now 5th. Waifuana has moved into 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Waifuandeta, watch out. Cloudy is closing in fast. The critical egg might want to keep an eye over their shoulder. Adam Flash is gaining on Mission Man, but still a bit of a distance to make a move. Pop Bolognese is making a move, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 7 cars. Orange Funk is closing in on Jerk Plays, cutting the gap by 11.7 seconds. Dragood is climbing the ranks, now in 2nd place after moving up 2 spots. Pop Bolognese is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 26th. Ebony Shadow is climbing steadily to 2nd. Rizaldi Ada is also making moves up to 3rd. Mission Man is climbing up to 14th place. Atom Flash is now in 15. N-Body Notes has moved into 16. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Cloudy is on a roll, climbing to 7th place, overtaking 5 cars in the process. Reiko Haruji is making a strong push, overtaking 8 cars to reach 13th. Rizaldi Ada is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to 2nd place. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 2nd place. Dragu is closing the gap on Rizaldi Ada, now just 1.9 seconds behind. The battle for 3rd place is getting intense. Dragu is now in 3rd place. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Someone is catching Weifuan fast, cutting the distance by 2.2 seconds. Mission Man is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gingchu 22 is also making moves, now in 15th after a similar surge. Dragu and Ebony Shadow are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like a tight duel. Orange Funk is on a tier, climbing from the back to 17th place. Annex Zagarax is closing in on Kingchu 22. The gap shrinking fast. Rizaldi Adha just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 3rd. Someone just blitzed past 3 cars to grab 4th place. Unistix is doing the same, climbing to 5th. Henfatig is also on the move, overtaking 3 to reach 6th. Things are heating up. Waifuana is gaining on Ebony Shadow quickly, just over a second behind now. Maya has climbed 1 spot into 7th place. Jarek Plays and Alo Coast are nose to nose for 21st. Looks like a battle of patience. Cloudy is on a roll, climbing from behind to 4th place. Jarek Plays is making a strong push, now in 16th. Arlo Coast is also gaining ground, now in 18th. Papa Katsi is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to take 6th place. Waifuan is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Someone just moved up 1 spot to 4th, keeping the pressure on. Waifuan better watch out. Ebony Shadow is closing in fast and just gained 8.1 seconds. Ebony Shadow is now in 2nd place. Henfatig is climbing up to 6th place, making moves through the pack. Unistix is closing in fast on the car ahead, cutting the gap by 12.6 seconds. Papa Kitsi is gaining on Cloudy, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Adam Flash is on the move, climbing 2 spots to take 11th place. Henfatic is closing in on Unistix fast, cutting the gap by nearly 14 seconds. Annex Agarex is on a roll, overtaking 7 cars to land in 10th. Arlo Ghost is making moves too, passing 6 cars to reach 15. Ren Kaori is on a roll, climbing 9 places to take 10th. Orange Funk is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20. Waifuana is inching closer, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Maya is closing in on Cthulhu Kachu, the gap shrinking by 7.2 seconds. Reiko Haruji is on the move, passing 4 cars to reach 21st place. Hopolonyeza is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 22nd. Adenflesh is closing in on the critical leg, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Hopolonyeza is climbing up to 21st place. Fragui moving up to 24th. Adenflesh is closing in on the critical leg and has cut the gap by almost 2 seconds. Jerk Plays and Audelier Torres are battling for 15th place. No clear leader there. Fragu is also making a move on Ren Kaori, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. The Retro GT 500 cars are dominating with close lap times and strategic overtakes, showing the class's strength on this track. The BTC cars are lagging behind, likely due to less power or handling issues on this course. Papa Kessi is driving a 1995 Honda N SXG2LM. They started in the 1st position and are currently in 9th. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow. Waifuan took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Wave 1 takes the victory. Congrats on that win, you really revved up the competition today. As for Deplorable Apple, you nailed the fastest lap, so you've earned yourself a classic 1995 Nissan Skyline GT RR33LM. Nice pick. Keep those engines roaring, everyone. Here's a fun fact about the 1989 Sauber C9. It was powered by a turbocharged Mercedes-Benz engine that could produce over 700 horsepower. That's enough to make it feel like a rocket on the track, especially back in the day when it was racing against some pretty stiff competition. Plus, it had those iconic gull-wing doors which made it look like a spaceship on wheels. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't make me start the race without you. Alright. On one side, we have Vagrant Enchanter in that classic Porsche 962 short tail. It's a legendary car, known for its speed and agility back in the day. On the other side, Wolf of Echo is behind a 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11, which also has some serious racing history. Given the cars, I'd probably lean towards the Porsche for its lighter weight and sharper handling, especially on a tricky track, like Acapone Raceway Club. But the Mercedes has that turbocharged power, so it might make things interesting. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'd put my chips on the Porsche for that extra edge and finesse. Let's see if the AI agrees or if the Mercedes surprises us all. Alright everyone, Deplorable is kicking things off from pole position in Group C, driving a vintage 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RN1. Let's see if that classic can keep up with the modern madness. Silvup Gaming has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Deplorably Apple is right behind in second, and Vagrant Enchanter is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is still close, so expect some early moves. Dr. Monkey 13 is on the move, climbing into the top 10. Deplorably Apple is dropping positions fast, now in the mid-team. Amy is also losing ground, slipping behind. Amy is driving a 1992 Peugeot 905, a classic Group C race car, known for its speed and aerodynamics. It looks like she's holding steady in fifth place, but she's got some serious competition right behind her. Kozang's Coast is now in 10th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is right behind, and they are battling for that spot. Dr. Monkey 13 just overtook someone to take the 10th spot. Chosen's Coast and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to tail for that position. Deplorably, Apple is closing in on Titus 61, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Deplorably, Apple is closing in on Titus 61 at a rapid pace. Chosen's Coast and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to nose for the 10th place. Titus 61 is running an early model Mazda RX-7 from 1985. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much progress. Chosen's Coast is climbing up to 10th place. Deplorably, Apple is chipping away at Titus 61, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Titus 61 is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7 time. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Honey 3 is driving a 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RM1 Audi. They're holding 7th place, staying steady but not quite challenging for the top. Looks like a solid race so far. The Grand Enchanter is leading the Group C class in a 1984 Porsche 962 C Short Tail. They're holding 2nd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Silva Gaming's Peugeot 905 is leading comfortably with a fast lap of 49.422 seconds. Looks like they're setting the pace and controlling the race so far. Wolf of Echo is climbing up to 2nd place now. The Grand Enchanter and Wolf of Echo are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. Deplorably, Apple is gaining on Titus 61, closing the gap by 2 seconds. The Grand Enchanter is now in 2nd place. Maya is in 3rd. Pani 3 has moved into 4th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. The Grand Enchanter is chipping away at Silva Becoming's lead, closing the gap by a solid 2.3 seconds. Maya and Vagrant Enchanter are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Darigos is climbing up the field, gaining 1 spot to sit in 11th. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Silva BK Gaming, the gap shrinking by 3 seconds. They are now in a fierce fight for the lead. Wolf of Echo is closing in on Pani 3, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Wow, Silva Gaming just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were on a whole different level today. Congratulations on the win! Congratulations to Silver K Gaming. You really dominated that race, well done. And a big shout out to Maya for the most overtakes. You can claim the sleek 1989 Aston Martin AR1 Group CE. Enjoy racing in style. Hey everyone, looks like we gotta pause for a quick maintenance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes to see these racing machines crush the track again. Sit tight and grab a snack or something. We'll be right back.